Have joined, and speaking over to you, and we can get started when you like.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone, and I would like to bring the meeting of September 7th, 2021 of the San Carlos Planning Commission to order. And we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, a roll call, please.
Commissioner Garvey.
Here.
Commissioner Iacopone.
Present.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Vice Chair Clements.
Present.
And Chair Ruth.
Present. Well, the next item on our agenda is the public comment, and public comment is limited to items not on the agenda. The Commission may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed as allowed by the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.2. However, the Commission's general policy is to refer items to staff for attention or to have a matter placed on a future Commission agenda for more comprehensive action or report. Is there anyone in the waiting room who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? If there is, you can use the raise hand icon or press *9 on your phone. And Sarah, is there anyone in the waiting room?
Not at this time.
Okay, I think we can move along then to the next item, which will be the approval of minutes from the August 16th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. And does anyone have changes to the minutes?
None from me.
None for me.
None from me. So I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of August 16th, 2021.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Garvey.
Yes.
Commissioner Iacopone.
Yes.
Commissioner Bradley.
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements.
Yes.
And Chair Ruth.
Yes. Okay, the next item is the public hearing. And the procedure for public hearing, staff will present a report on the history, physical features, etc. on the application, followed with the staff's recommendations. The applicant will make a presentation. Thereafter, interested members of the community may speak on the proposal. When all interested parties have had an opportunity to be heard, the hearing will be closed and no further discussion from the floor can be held. The Commission will then consider the evidence and make its recommendation. If you challenge a public hearing item in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this notice, the public notice, or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Speakers should state their name prior to addressing the Commission. This was the staff in preparing the minutes. So the first item in the public hearing is 225 and 333 Shoreway Road, APN 046-081-820 and 095-220-150 and 095-220-160. Request for amendment to conditional use permit to increase allowable hours of operations at the Shoreway Environmental Center Recycling and Disposal. Does staff have a presentation?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Andrea Martisich, Principal Planner. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Tricia Stevens, who is the project planner for this project. She works with MIG, and she will be taking the presentation from here. Thank you. I think you're muted, Tricia.
Yeah, it might help if how many times have I said that? You're muted. Good evening, Chair Roof and members of the commission. The project before you is an amendment to a 2008 conditional use permit for the Shoreway Environmental Center to increase the hours of operation to 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Next slide, please. The site is the existing materials recovery facility and transfer station on 16.3 acres at 225 and 335 Shoreway Road. It's adjacent to Highway 101, and access to 101 is via Redwood Shores Parkway and Holly Street to the south. The general plan and zoning for the site is industrial, and I should note that the portion of the site is located in the city of Redwood City to the northeast. Next slide. So the transfer station was originally permitted in 1977, and the materials recovery facility was permitted in 1992. And then in 2008, the Planning Commission issued a more comprehensive conditional use permit for new construction on the site, expansion of the facilities, and increase in volumes and increase in the staffing. And so what's before you today is an amendment to one of the conditions to that 2008 CUP to allow the facility to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this would allow for more flexibility for waste hauling off-site. The existing use permit did not allow these operations between the hours of 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. So this CUP is part of an overall, what's called a transfer processing report that's submitted to the San Mateo County Environmental Health Services, who acts as the local enforcement agency. And this proposal is to make operational and machinery changes to support improvements to the mixed waste diversion rate to meet state recycling goals. Part of this plan is to partner with the wastewater treatment plants in the area to process food waste and organic materials into feedstock material for anaerobic digestion. And this added process would produce about 80,000 gallons of slurry that would be piped into tanker trucks and then hauled off site. All these operational changes are consistent with the 2008 conditional use permit. And so the only city planning entitlements needed here this evening is to amend the condition on the hours of operation. The volumes would not change, and the truck traffic would be just more distributed during more hours to allow more flexibility. So the next slide, please. This is a site plan. On the bottom of the screen is Shoreway Road, and then on the left is the transfer station, and on the right is the materials recovery facility, and you can see the existing parking and truck circulation routes throughout the site. Next slide. Staff is recommending approval of this amendment in that the findings can be made, in that the project is consistent with the general plan and zoning. There is direct routes for the truck traffic to Highway 101. There's no increase to daily vehicle trips. It would be more of a redistribution through more hours and times of the day. There's no increase to the building footprint or to the elevations or to the amount of staffing, and no changes to on-site vehicle access and circulation. And very importantly, this amendment helps to support recycling goals, especially for food waste and organic materials. Staff has found that this project can be categorically exempt from CEQA as an existing facility. So next slide. A public notice was mailed to property owners and occupants within 300 feet on August 24th and published in the newspaper on August 26th. And as of today, we have not received any comments on the project. Next slide. So here before you is the recommended formal motion to adopt the resolution for the amendment. And as I mentioned, the staff is recommending approval, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Tricia. Are there questions from the commissioners before we open for public comment? I see Ellen has raised her hand. Commissioner Garvey, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had two questions. The first is, help me understand if there's 80,000 gallons of slurry getting pumped into trucks, and these trucks are going to go to various wastewater treatment plants, but there's no increase in vehicle traffic. That must be because the trucks used to do something else. I guess they used to take the food waste maybe to a landfill, and now instead these same trucks will be trucking it somewhere else. Is that how we got to no increase in truck traffic?
Yes. Yeah, it's more of a diversion.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
And this slurry, which I wholeheartedly support, increasing our food waste recycling, this slurry, is it odorous?
My understanding that it's piped directly into tanker tank, and there is an odor control plan. I think that's something perhaps the applicant might be able to talk more thoroughly on how they control the odor as it goes from the machinery to the trucks, but they have, the odor is highly regulated by the local enforcement agency, and they have an odor control plan.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Would we like to hear, is the applicant available to comment on the issue Commissioner Garvey just raised?
Through the chair, Hillary is the applicant, and I think he needs to be unmuted or allowed to speak.
Can we unmute?
Yeah, let's see.
Working on it.
Let me know. This is Hillary, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm the applicant, Hillary Gans, the SBWMA. I've been there at the SBWMA for over 10 years, worked at the facility partly and also in the offices at San Carlos Library. I'm the one who started the Organics to Energy project, and happy to report that it's going well. The material, I guess the question on the table is, what about the odors? We deal with 50 tractor trailer loads a day of garbage. So yeah, garbage smells, and it has for a very long time. It's the same stuff, put it that way, whether we put it in one machine or in a different, whether we move it one direction or another, it's all the same material. And I think that the important thing that we do to control odors is just keep the material moving. The material has a limit on the amount of hours that it can spend at our facility in whatever form it's in, and that's regulated by the local enforcement agent, and we comply with that. And so I'm not going to tell you that food waste smells great or the garbage smells great, but we haven't had any complaints in the whole time that we've been operating there.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And the fact that the food waste isn't dumped from the machine into the truck, it's piped. So there's an opportunity there with piping to really, seal it off. So that is also a real.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, once it's as a part of the slurry process, it becomes a piped product. Yeah, it's no longer bucket loaded and moved around. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Commissioner Iacopone. You have a question?
Thank you, Chair Roof, and I would like to follow up on Ellen's good question, and maybe this will be for Hillary as well. The request is to expand, I think, largely between 11 and 2 a.m. Is that, and is the outcome of that trucks may be taking waste away between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m.? I mean,
yeah, that would be a possibility. I mean, most of the facilities that we haul materials to operate during day hours and are not available at night. But if we can shift transportation to off hours, I think it's best for everybody. It keeps the vehicle times on busy roads down to a minimum.
Great. And do any of these tankers go over to the Redwood Shores facility?
Currently, we're taking materials to Redwood Shores. Exactly.
Yeah. And I guess I was really just wondering then, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m., will they be now seeing the possibility of trucks rolling through their neighborhood at those times?
Not likely. It's I don't know their receiving hours, honestly. I mean, we just operate during the daytime now.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
And Commissioner Clements, question.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarifying question. I think the staff report said that publicly accessible hours would not change, but I thought I saw in the support materials and the report attached to the staff report that public access hours would be longer. Could you clarify?
It's my understanding that the intent for the late night hours is for the hauling of trucks, and the public access hours would not change. Perhaps Hillary can help clarify that.
I need another invitation, I believe. Or can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes. Great. The public uses our facility for set hours, and we don't intend on changing that. We do receive most of our material from the collection trucks that are servicing the community, and they come in, basically from 2 to 6. We don't expect to change those hours. As Trika said, it's mostly outbound materials and movement of materials on site.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from commissioners before we open this item for public comment?
Bradley here.
Yes.
Just a clarification. Thank you, Chair. From Lori or the applicant. Tell me how far the closest residences are to where any noise might occur.
The site is completely surrounded by other industrial uses. You give me just a moment, I can see how far the residences are. Let me see if I can pull that up very quickly here.
There were any very near, so I just want to verify that with you.
We do have the
looking at the aerial on the zoning map, I don't see any residential uses in any close proximity at all. I can't tell the distance, but it's all industrial.
Good news. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions from the commissioners, let's see if there are any questions we can open for public comment. Sarah, is there anyone in the waiting room for this item? If now is the time to speak, and you can virtually raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, or by pressing *9 and then to press *6 to unmute when you're called upon. And Sarah, is there anyone waiting for this item?
There are none at this time. Oh, we do have one.
Welcome. You could, if you could please state your name, and we have a 2-minute period for comments.
I'm Cynthia. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
Welcome.
hi. I was just wondering if there's environmental impact, because I didn't read the report or anything, so I might be asking something that you've already answered, because there's, greater, longer operating hours. Do we have to worry about the air pollution from operating?
We evaluated it according to CEQA, and there is an exemption under CEQA for existing facilities. And since there's no new construction or change in the building footprint or increase in overall volume, we found that it could be exempt from CEQA. So there was no environmental report that was prepared.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, is there anyone else in the waiting room for this item?
No further callers.
Okay, and I see CT. Is that Cynthia? Cynthia, oh, no, your hand came down. So if there are no further comments from the public, then we can, I would entertain a motion to close the public comment period.
I will move that we close the public comment period.
I will second.
Second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Iacoponi,
Yes.
Commissioner Bradley,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements,
Yes.
and Chair Ruth.
Yes. Okay, now we have our planning commissioner discussion period.
I wanted to clarify one thing about the hours and the public. So in the recommended changes to condition number 5, there would still be a limit on the hours of operation open to the public. So that would still be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the 24 hours a day would only be for non-public operation of the transfer station. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess to me, this seems like I didn't see anybody's hand, so I'll start with my comment first. To me, it seems enough of a request without a downside that's evident to me. So increasing recycling ability and capacity is a good idea, and having more flexibility with very little downside seems appropriate. So I would tend to be in favor. Commissioner Garvey, I see that you have
I wholeheartedly support that and echo your comments. I'm very pleased that we're going to be increasing our food waste recycling. This seems a great plan.
Okay, Commissioner Clements.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree. It seems like a benefit for the operations and for the community. It also, as the report pointed out, that increasing the number of hours that one can haul materials means that they can happen more in off-peak hours, which I think will be good for reducing traffic congestion, if any, in that area. And so I think that'll be a net benefit to the community. So I support the motion, the proposed action.
Okay, if there are no further comments, then maybe we can bring up the resolution, the motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution approving the amendment to the 2008 conditional use permit for the Shoreway Environmental Center to allow the facility to operate on a 24 per hour day, 7-day per week basis as described in the staff report and subject to the amended conditions of approval.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Iacoponi,
Yes.
Commissioner Bradley,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements,
Yes.
and Chair Rue.
Yes. Okay, the next item in our public hearing is 2125 Carmelita Drive, APN 049-352-090, appeal of Residential Design Review Committee, RDRC, denial of design review for new residents. Does the staff have a report?
We do. Thank you, Chair Roof. Good evening again, everyone. Andrea Martisich, Principal Planner with the Planning Division. The item before you this evening is an appeal request of an RDRC decision that denied design review for new residents at 2125 Carmelita Drive. Next slide. The request before the RDRC was a request for new residents, and that has carried forward this evening as part of the appeal request. There are no protected trees proposed for removal, and the lot size itself is about 5,500 square feet. This property is located within the RS6 single-family residential zoning district, and the total proposed floor area of the residence is slightly over 3,000 square feet, with about 1,700 square feet on the first floor and 1,324 square feet on the second floor. Next slide. Before going into the specifics of the design, I wanted to provide a background on this project. The project was originally submitted with the proposal for a new residence, as well as the removal of 2 protected trees. And on the screen, you can see the green circles with the X's, and those represent the 2 trees that were originally proposed for removal. At the May 17th RDRC meeting, the RDRC gave detailed instructions and guidance on some design recommendations that they would like to see, design changes that they would like to see, and they continued the item at that time. In response, the applicant resubmitted a revised design and withdrew the tree removal request. And I just wanted to show this diagram on the right. The areas that you see in red represent the change that the applicant came back with in June. So originally, the proposed footprint of the residence included area that went out to the rear of the residence, where that red box is at the very rear. And based on RDRC guidance, they moved that square footage to the courtyard area towards the front. And the reason for that was to fill in that area, but also because the applicant was now proposing to retain the trees, the house needed to be built further away from the root system and from the canopy in order to preserve those trees. And at that time, as part of the draft conditions of approval, new conditions were added that would require specific protection measures for those 2 trees should the house be approved. Next slide. So at the June 21st RDRC meeting, the applicant came back with a design that I just showed you with that moving of the square footage and retaining the trees. At that meeting, the RDRC had additional design comments and ended up continuing the item again in order to give the applicant time to make those changes. However, the applicant decided at that time that they did not want to make any additional changes to the design. And therefore, at the July 19th RDRC hearing, the RDRC denied the project. And it was based on a 2-1 vote to deny. The denial was largely based on finding D of the design review criteria, And I will go over that a little bit later in my presentation. As a result of that denial, the applicant then appealed the decision to the Planning Commission, and that's what is before you this evening. The appeal is by the applicant, TJ Holmes, and the review this evening is what's considered de novo, meaning you are able to review this as a new application or in its entirety. You are not limited to reviewing just the items that were brought up by the RDRC. And just to clarify, an approval of the appeal would in effect be approving the residence, whereas a denial of the appeal would in effect be denying the residence and its findings. And I'll go over that in a little bit as well. Next slide. So to get into the existing conditions, the photo at the top of the screen shows the existing residence. As you can see, it's a one-story small bungalow style residence with single car garage. And then the map on the bottom left shows the location of the residence in relation to Pine Avenue. It's a few houses up Carmelita Drive from Pine Avenue, as well as the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing house and is proposing what you see here on the screen, which is the gray footprint of the house. The hatched area in the middle of the gray footprint is the second story outline. So you can see that it's set back on the right side. The second story is pretty much at the setbacks on the left side. The two protected trees that were proposed to be removed are shown in green. And again, those are proposed to remain as part of this proposal. There are several non-protected trees that are proposed for removal, and those are trees that are either fruit trees or they're too small to be protected under our ordinance. Next slide. Just quickly to go through the floor plans, the ground floor includes a one-car garage up at the left, also includes the kitchen and great room, dining room, and a bedroom and bathroom. The area in the middle where the dining room is located is the area that the applicants brought forward from the rear of the house to fill in the courtyard as requested by the RDRC. Next slide. And then the upper floor contains the 3 bedrooms, a small living area, and bathroom as well. Next slide. The proposed residence is designed in a traditional farmhouse craftsman style with the use of high quality materials, including board and batten and horizontal wood siding, with exterior finishes, traditional exterior finishes such as the window trim and the roofs. There is also the left side elevation, which is on the next slide. Thank you. And this slide shows the second story windows, with the exception of the large window in the stairwell, to be located at least 5 feet from the finished floor below. And the next slide also shows that on the right side as well. And then finally, the last elevation slide shows the rear elevation as seen from the back of the lot. And on the lower left is the covered porch area that is closest to the tree to be retained. Next slide. This is their color and material board. The primary exterior materials would be board and batten in a foggy day color, gray. And then the front door trims, gutters, and downspouts, would be white. The roof is proposed to be shingle in a charcoal color. And this is also included in the packet for your review. Next slide. So this is just the close-up of the rendering. And you can see from this view on the right side, that area that's notched in on the second floor, where the courtyard used to be on the first floor. So that area on the first floor was filled in from the original proposal. Next slide. A new landscaping is proposed in all the yards. As I mentioned, no protected trees are proposed for removal. And the applicant is also proposing 2 15-gallon trees, new ones, which are shown in the green on this slide. Again, if approved, the applicant would be required to submit a tree protection plan as part of their building permit and implement all tree protection measures throughout the project. Next slide. In terms of public comment and notification, the notice for tonight's hearing was mailed to property owners within 300 feet of the site and was also published in the newspaper, as we do for Planning Commission items. There have been several public comments. Many of those are included within the staff report as an attachment. We have also received a few additional comments which were emailed to the commission this afternoon. And summarizing them, there were about 9 neighbors total, 9 individual neighbors, I should say, with concerns, but about a total of 14 different letters. So as this project has been going on a while, some neighbors, of course, have submitted correspondence for each hearing, or more than one. So there are some repeats, but they're all included within there. And, you know, generally speaking, the concerns are regarding size and compatibility with the neighborhood. There are, of course, some other concerns as well. I know many neighbors would like to speak this evening, so they will also present their concerns or comments as well. Next slide. I wanted to include just a few pictures, and this is really, you know, possibly for a later discussion about the neighborhood, just showing what's nearby. So this is looking down Carmelita towards Alameda, basically from the project site. And then the next slide shows looking the other direction up Alameda towards Manor, again, from the front of that project site. The next 2 slides show the house in relation to the homes on either side. So the red arrow represents the existing single-story residence. And you can see the house on the left is a single-story bungalow-style house. The one on the right is a little more difficult to see because of the tree, but again, is also the single-car garage and smaller, probably original home. Next slide. So I wanted to briefly go over the findings required for approval of any design review application. These are all listed in detail in the staff report. What I want to focus on are the findings that reference design review. So of the findings, there's several that reference compliance with the municipal code standards, so setbacks, height, compliance with the general plan, compliance with any other plans in effect. So the project does meet the numerical standards and those findings. So I really want to focus on the one finding that talks about design review criteria. And that is the criteria within there are what the RDRC referenced when either recommending denial or approval of this project. And it is also what you would look at in addition to the other findings, but it's what you would look at to determine whether the proposal met the criteria in here. And of these criteria, there are 2 that I really wanted to point out that seem to be the 2 that are kind of at the crux of the decision. The first one is, Lisa, I don't know if you want to try to see if that'll click, but if not, I can read it. The first criteria basically talks about the overall design of the project, including its scale, massing, site plan, design, and landscaping, will enhance the appearance and features of the project site and surrounding and natural built environment. The other criteria, criteria D, which is one that was specifically referenced as part of the denial for the RDRC, indicates the project has been designed to be compatible with neighboring development by avoiding big differences in building scale and character between developments on adjoining lots in the same zoning district and providing a harmonious transition in scale and character between different districts. So approval of this appeal would require you to make all of the findings, including these design review criteria. And then if you believe that the findings cannot be made, the commission could deny the appeal or continue the item with requests for design changes. I also wanted to point out that I did email both the findings and the criteria to the Planning Commission this morning, just to have as a separate document, so you should have those as well. At the RDRC meeting, the majority found that the criteria for D, which is the one I just spoke about, could not be met, and that the adjacent homes were smaller in scale and footprint. One opportunity we have this evening is we do have the 3 RDRC members here. One, of course, is on the Planning Commission, Commissioner Garvey. We also have committee member Sakai and Datwani, and they are available for questions and are able to answer specific questions about their individual votes. We need to be careful about discussing the RDRC findings as a whole, but individually they are able to speak to those if you have specific questions. And that is it for my presentation. I'm available for questions. We also have Anna Felver from Thomas James Home, who has a presentation as well, and she represents the appellant as well as the applicant for the new house. And finally, I've prepared 2 motions at the end of the presentation, one for approval, one for denial, in case the commission chooses to go forward with one of those actions. Thank you.
Okay, would we like to move to the applicants,
Yeah.
straight to the applicant's presentation?
Yes,
Andrea, is this the updated presentation or do I need to share my screen?
This is the one from like 5 p.m.-ish.
Okay.
Okay.
Just minor edits that make the presentation. All right, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Anna Felver. I'm with Thomas James Home, and I'll be presenting 2125 Carmelita Drive. I do have a team here today in order to answer questions and discuss items afterwards. I have our Director of Development and Community Development. We have Cynthia Tebow and Deanne Green. We have our Executive Vice President, Adam Cates. And then we also have our City Arborist with us today, Ed Sturts with California Tree and Landscape Consulting. And we have our architect, Jill Williams with KPGY. Next slide.
Anna, sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify the arborist is the applicant's arborist, not the city.
Correct.
Arborist.
So before I begin the presentation, there's 3 subtopics that I want to go over. The proposed design, which sorry for anything that's reiterated from Andrea's presentation. And then of course, the history of this process, as it has been almost 24 months of a design review process. So I want to make sure we hit on all those points. And then the outstanding items that were brought up in the last RDRC meeting that we can review today. 2125 Carmelita lot, it's a little under 5,500 square feet. It is a pie-shaped lot with a curved front. So the width does vary. It goes from 70 feet down to 30 feet. The depth also varies 107 to 110 feet. There's an existing 1-story single-family home with an attached garage, as you saw on the previous slide, which is to be deconstructed. And there are 4 protected trees on site and 3 non-protected trees. Next slide. Thank you. Are we able to expand that to see the whole? I feel like we're missing part of it. Yeah.
The little arrow on the right, you can collapse the right hand.
It looks like it's cutting off some of the screen. So yeah, you could fit that in the window.
In the gray, next to convert to. You go down a little bit. Yeah, the words convert to, see the little arrow to the left of it? Left. That little thing, click that. There you go.
And if you could zoom out a little bit, hit the page on the screen. I think there's still stuff being cut off. If you go to window, I think it might have fit screen or view, actually view. Yes, full screen mode would be great. Perfect. All right, so the proposed design is for a new construction of a 2-story single-family home with an attached 1-car garage. We are meeting the FAR, 3,018 square feet, which is under the max. This would be a home of livable square footage of 22729 square feet and an extra large 1-car garage of 289 square feet. The lot coverage is 36%, which is under the maximum of lot coverage for this lot at 50. And we're providing parking that would be a 1-car garage, a 13 by 20, so that's a little bit bigger than a normal size 1-car for storage. And then also a 2-car driveway, a 20 by 20 foot driveway, which meets the code of 2 spaces. One covered and one covered. The overall height of the proposed design is the front. We have about a 15-foot setback to the first story, 20 feet to a garage, and we're proposing 21 feet and then and greater. And then at the second floor, 19 feet is required. We're proposing 22 feet at the worst case, and then with the articulation, it's set back further than that. The rear, it's 15-foot required step. Minimum of 5 feet on that left-hand side. But we do get up to 13 feet, and then on the right hand, 22 feet as we're providing a relief on one side. Next slide. Trees on site. So I know we went over this, but there are 4 heritage trees. I wanted to highlight them in yellow. 2 redwood trees are in the back. We have an olive tree in the front right part of the yard, and then a southern magnolia on the left part of the yard. These are proposed to be retained in this design. And then we have additional trees that we are proposing for the landscape design. 2 western redbuds on the left property line. One's more for privacy, the other is for landscaping. And then along the right-hand side, in order to address one of the neighbors' concerns of privacy, we added privacy trees. These are 11 bay laurel trees, which will be providing screening between that courtyard or recessed articulation on that right side of the plan, and then privacy protecting trees at the outdoor living space towards the rear. Next slide. The proposed plans were proposing 4-bedroom and a loft with 3.5 baths. The first floor plan is designed to follow this pie-shaped lot. So it's designed to get smaller from front to rear. We have a 40-foot width in the front, and then goes down to a 30-foot width in the back. And then, of course, our outdoor living space is a little over 13 feet in width. We do have an open floor plan with the kitchen and great room and dining design. It's a design trend that homeowners desire. And then we have a downstairs bedroom suite for in-laws and guests. And then next slide. The second story, we have, we looked at the windows along the sides for privacy concerns, and we have windows that are raised 5 to 6 feet from the subfloor or landing that are closest to the property line. And we've looked at our plan in order to make sure that we're putting windows with lower sills on the rear of the project or in the front of the project. And then you can see there's a center relief on the second floor plan on the right-hand side. This is to allow for more natural light at the stair and hallway circulation, to provide articulation on that right-hand side. It is significantly set back from that property line, about 22 feet or greater. So we have maintained lower window sills, though we did adjust them in the past design iterations to be a little bit higher than originally proposed. Next slide. The proposed elevations, this design is to set back the second floor from the first story along the side as well as the front. We are proposing a farmhouse style with board and batten material all the way around, and the small lap siding to accent those gables. And we have two gables at the front second story with that traditional farmhouse roof line, and to break up that massing and create and offer articulation with the push and pulling. There is a gable on the first story, which is defining the entryway, and that's projecting out, giving that 1-story human scale element to the street. and giving an inviting and welcoming and charming element to the design. And the body is proposed to be a warm gray with a white trim, and this is to blend the home within the street. Next slide. The elevations you've seen previously, again, the left side showing those higher windows, the rear taking advantage of the lower windowsills here to bring in natural light, and then the right at the bottom showing those higher windowsills and then that relief that's setting back from the property line. And showing, of course, the outdoor patio one-story element that projects out in the rear. Next slide. This is the existing home, which you've seen on a previous slide. Next slide is our proposed rendering for that site and that color selection set of warm gray and white trim. Next slide. There is a bit of history to the design process of Carmelita. We've worked with the city of San Carlos on multiple projects and do like maintaining a great relationship with the city, and we like to maintain a relationship with the neighbors in the communities. Typically, we have one neighbor outreach meeting at the beginning of the design process to collect a lot of feedback and make sure that we're implementing that feedback throughout the design. We have contact continuously throughout that process if anyone has questions or concerns or other items that they need to provide feedback on. In this case, for this application, we had a higher amount of neighbor outreach and RDRC meetings and design iterations, an extensive amount of discussion on heritage trees and protecting that redwood tree in the back. So this is not typical for a project. So I wanted to go over the history of that. The next slide, please. The three design iterations we have. The top left is the first design we have, and we presented to the neighbors on November 18th at a Zoom virtual meeting. This was a modern style that we were originally proposing for the site, and it was flat roofs mixed with traditional roof lines, asymmetry in the window layouts, and more of a modern, pushing that modern style. The feedback that came from that style was modern was not desired, more traditional to fit within the context of the neighborhood. We proposed a cottage style, which is that lower left rendering, bringing in the traditional roof, the roof lines on both main roofs, and centralizing the window layout and defining the entry, bringing in a warmer material of stone and wrapping that along one edge. And then the top right is, of course, the elevation that is before you today, which is the farmhouse style. Gabled roofs, that traditional roof line, the pushing and pulling, more setback at the second floor, and of course, a warmer color selection and board and batten material. And next slide. We did go through several RDRC meetings. May 3rd was more of a rerun at a time. So May 17th was the complete discussion with requested revisions. And there were a lot of concerns that came out of the May 17th meeting. One concern were the two trees. Even though our arborist report, we had done exploratory analysis, and through that, it was recommended to remove originally the redwood tree in the back and the southern magnolia in the front. And it was a concern of the neighbors as well. And we had the city arborist and we had another arborist analyze. So a lot of arborists have analyzed this tree. It's in poorer health than the redwood next to it, but there were thoughts that this could be retained, and if we could look further into how to do so and in order for them to survive. Neighbors requested at this meeting to ask for a one-story home. They feel that one-story home would fit better in this neighborhood. After further discussion, the RDRC requested a redesign of the project based on the items of retaining the protected trees, looking at the form and bulk of the home, considering a two-car garage, privacy concerns, and reducing the plate height of the project. So we went through a significant redesign before the next RDRC. We looked at retaining these trees, and we needed to look at moving the footprint out of a larger root zone and making sure, even though this tree is being compromised by the other redwood tree, it can survive if we can manage to reorganize that footprint and bring the development away from the tree further. We ran this past our arborist and has verified that these changes will suffice. This change also allowed us to move back that rear element and push us farther from the rear setback line. So that red box, as Andrea mentioned earlier, was a programming of our dining room. We moved that into the courtyard, but that redesign really impacted a lot of spaces. It wasn't just plopping, that dining room into the courtyard. We need to look at the how it relates to the kitchen, the great room, the hallway, the bedroom suite, moving and adjusting rear and exterior walls, and making sure that our garage access is in alignment with what's going on with the new programming. So it's a bit more extensive than just moving a box over. Then reducing the first story plate height, we reduced it 1 foot. It was a 10-foot plate height. We are now proposing 9 feet. And then we also brought down the second story gables at 6 inches to reduce that plate height as well. We pulled in the second story from the right property line during this revision, reducing the massing. And then we also redesigned part of the second floor plan to look at windows again, window layouts, making sure that those windows are on the rear and not on the sides. And the windows that are on the sides are up higher and are raised at a 5 foot, 6 foot sill. Next slide. This is just a few areas highlighted in yellow of the changes that we went through in order to present at the next meeting. June 21st was our next RDRC meeting. Again, full discussion, but requested revisions. Neighbors again asked for a 1-story home, and RDRC went through further discussion after our modified plans and asked for more redesign. This was reducing the massing at the second floor to set back from the rear, but also set back from the front, as seen from the street, and fill in the courtyard in order to do so. Reduce the plate heights again, but to align with adjacent 1-story homes, as this is the finding B of being compatible with the 2 adjacent homes. Looking at more agreeable AC locations and reconsidering the 2-car garage again. At the July 19th, we did get denial and applied for appeal. And the reason for our appeal was we do believe that the proposed home is in compliance with the city guidelines and the code. We've done 3 different redesigns to make sure that we address the concerns of the neighbors during the planning process and for the request of the RDRC, and more major modifications continue to be requested, so without a sign of approval. Next slide. So the items that have been brought up, these outstanding items for review, I understand the whole project is being reviewed, but the points that we wanted to make sure we touched on were the neighborhood compatibility, massing and scale of the home, the 2-car garage consideration. Next slide. So neighborhood compatibility, that was the item D that Andrea brought up. The project has been designed to be compatible with neighborhood development, avoiding big differences in scale and character between developments and on adjoining lots in the same zoning district. And to the left, you'll see a compatibility worksheet. This is something that's just required for design review, and I thought I'd throw that up there. We actually go through and list the patterns of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is defined for the City of San Carlos required worksheet that it would be 9 to 10 homes, 2 contiguous homes on either side, 5 to 6 homes across the street, and then the homes behind should also be considered. Next slide. So we did that worksheet, but we also broadened our neighborhood context and looked at 21 homes. 3 left, 5 right, 8 across the street, and 5 behind, making sure that we got a broader view of what's going on along the street and are we really compatible with the neighborhood. We found that 2-story homes are predominant, a little over half, 52% are 2-story homes, and 48% are 1-story. 1-car garages are predominant, about 71%, 29% are 2-car garages. The 1-car driveways are predominant, 1 car, 80%, 81% and 2-car 19%. So we understand that code requires us to be 20 feet wide, which we are complying with. Also in our findings of this neighborhood, a lot of these homes are 1930s to 1950s. Those are the one-story homes that you're seeing, and the street is evolving and enhancing. All these new projects within 10 to 15 years are providing 2-story homes within this context. Next slide. So this is a map of all of those 21 homes, just to give a visual. The highlighted homes are the ones that are 2-story homes scattered in that context that we've analyzed. And the dark gray, of course, is 2125 Carmelita Drive. And we are showing a few square footages. We do have those newer homes that are after 1950s. They're within the past 10 to 15 years. These are new or additions or renovations that have gone to 2-story homes to meet the needs of the future home buyer. As the 1950s and earlier, these 1 to 2 bedroom homes aren't really providing for the needs of the new families of today. 4 of these homes are similar in square footage. You'll see down the lane on the left-hand side, house number 5 is a 2-story with 2619 livable square feet. And then behind our home, houses 20 and 19, 2941 square feet, 3140 square feet. And then across the street, there's the newest home is the 2-story and it's 2950 square feet. And we're proposing 2729 square feet. So we're fitting within these newer homes that are popping up in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is a slide of those 2-story homes to show the massing and scale. This is all along the street and right behind our property. So these are 2-story homes of with some with 1-car garages, some with 2, but these are all at that 2-story height and sitting and resting next to 1-story height home. Next slide. This brings us to the massing topic of, can we reduce the massing at the second floor? What would need to be done in order to do so? Filling in that courtyard, yes, we could fill in that courtyard. Would we have egress windows and it would conflict with a privacy issue? We were asked by the neighbor not to have windows overlooking their property that are bedroom windows. So we want to make sure that we're addressing those previous concerns with the new iteration. So there would be privacy concerns if we filled that in. Also, modifying the second story would move desired programming back to the first floor, and that would elongate the plan and conflict with the previous request of let's save the retaining redwood tree in the back and let's make sure we set back from the rear a significant amount. Next slide. This is showing it's a diagram of the solid yellow is our required first floor setback, and then that faded yellow is the second floor setback. The light gray is our first story, and the dark gray is our second story. So we're within those setbacks. We meet those guidelines. As you can see in the rear, we're providing 35'4" at that, and 33.5 to 35.4, and then at that patio space is 24 feet. So we're setting back quite a bit from the rear, which is ideal in order to have a backyard, save the retaining tree, not go further. Oh, there we go. And then of course in the front too, we're setting back from the front, we're setting back from the sides. So we're meeting the requirements for these setbacks, as well as providing a 2-story home that's evident in the neighborhood. Next slide. Garage and parking was another topic that was brought up. To reconsider the 2-car garage, I want to bring up code first. And there is code about garage frontage. Make sure that your garage does not exceed 65% of the front facade, which we are complying with. And then required on-site parking. I know that 2 spaces must be either within a garage or a carport, or 1 space within a garage or carport, with the other space located within a 20-foot wide 2-car driveway. So we are meeting this code And it is a pattern that's within this context as well. Next slide. So I'm showing the map again, but yet this time the yellow homes are the ones with one-car garages. And as you can see, a lot of them are have one-car garages, which it's a pattern along the street. It's bringing and reducing the front of the home to be all garage. It's making it, you're able to provide more articulation and provide more, a more charming elevation for the street. This slide shows the mapping of all those homes and with the one-car garages. So all these homes are one-car garages and a little bit lower. I know that's getting cut off at the bottom. Oh, it's getting cut off at the bottom, but there's some that are newer construction that have the one-car garage. So we're providing something that meets the neighborhood context as well as meets the code. Next slide. Looking at if we were to do a two-car garage, what are the impacts to this design and how this conflicts with previous requests? So the red box showing on the floor plan to the left, showing the two-car garage, what shifts? The front entryway shifts. Do we lose the bedroom suite? Do we push the bedroom suite in the back? Now we're losing the redwood tree in the back, and we're pushing that elevation further out, creating more bulk instead of reducing the bulk and reducing the massing. So that was one thing that we feel that there's conflicts between the two requests being asked of us. Also, the percentage of the garage elevation, it would be over 50%. We could get it under 65 and meet code, but you're looking at a lot of garage on this elevation rather than something that's faded back and more charming and more articulation provided to be compatible with the street and all the elevations that are along there. Another reason and argument is there is transportation less than a quarter of a mile around the street and from this home. There's 3 bus stops within 0.1 and 0.2 miles away. So there is alternative forms of transportation, the one-car garage, 2-car spaces, and the driveway. Is there a need for more parking for this home when it meets the guidelines and fits within the neighborhood patterns? So our proposed design, we feel that our design meets the City of San Carlos Code, design findings, with the setbacks, the FAR, lot coverage, the overall height, and we do feel it fits the neighborhood compatibility based on the patterns we found and the research we've done. The farmhouse 2-story home with the attached one-car garage will continue the charm along the street and provide a home that meets the needs of the new families that are going to be buying here. And we're seeing the 2-story pop up along the street. And so to limit just the neighborhood from the house next to it adjacent and not look at what's across the street, we feel that we meet the needs of this full context. And we're asking the Planning Commission to approve our project that is before you today. And we are here for any questions and further discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anna. So now we'll move into a period where the planning commissioners can ask clarifying questions before we open for public comment. So are there clarifying questions from the commissioners? We can address those questions to the city staff, and they're part of the presentation. We can ask questions from Commissioners Dotwani and Sakai from the RDRC, if we'd like, and also to the applicant. Maybe while people are collecting their thoughts, I'll throw out a question to get things going. The courtyard area that now it was filled in on the ground level, what's on top of the ground level area? Is that going to be accessible as sort of a patio, or is it a roof that would not have access?
It will be a 1-story roof. So it's a 1-story element with the roof line, and it'll shed down.
It's a sloping roof there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Clements.
Thank you, Chair. I'm collecting my thoughts. I have several, but you just reminded me of one of my questions, and I guess this is a question potentially for the RDRC members. When the suggestion was made to fill in the courtyard, what was the thought behind that? It was about massing. To me, filling in the courtyard actually makes it blockier and more massive. And so I was wondering what the thought was behind that request. I didn't understand that.
Commissioner Clements, this is Ellen Garvey. I'm going to defer. I was not on the RDRC when that decision was made. So I will either defer to Commissioner Bradley, who was the chair, or to the architect, Eugene Sakai, who's also with us this evening on the call.
Thank you.
This is Kate Young-Dotwani, and I was also on the call that day. But if Eugene or Commissioner Bradley would like to explain first, I'm happy with that as well.
Commissioner Bradley, would you like to start? And then, yes.
I don't know the detail of that. I do remember that we asked them to not use a concrete slab, but put a wood deck. And don't recollect about doing away with the courtyard, or even pushing the wall back. Maybe Mr. Sakai remembers that detail. I don't. I want to say, though, at this point that I appreciate what the architects and the developers have done so far. Things like I hope they've read all 57 of the conditions of approval and agreed to them, and will follow through with them, because there's a lot of them there. 7 I looked at the other day. But I appreciate things that you have done, like lower the plate lines, at least upstairs, and realized that they were 10 feet downstairs, and you went to 9 feet, that they were 9 feet, and you would go to 8 feet in both downstairs and upstairs. That detail escapes me. I do appreciate also you raising the level of some of the windows on the sides, on the east and the west, facing one-story neighbors their way. Mainly, I really appreciate saving the trees that you've done. Certainly a wise thing, especially with getting along with the neighbors. Gone far enough on that. One question I would throw out, I believe, staff correct me if I'm wrong, but at 3,001 square feet, I believe it is, of garage and upstairs, downstairs living space, if you cut off 1 foot of the 20-foot garage, you'd be just under the 3,000 square foot total square footage of livable and garage and storage space. And you wouldn't have to have come to the RDRC or the Planning Commission and make an appeal, and it would have saved you at least a year. I'll defer to Mr. Sakai now.
Okay. So, thank you. If you could address Commissioner Garvey's question about the, I think it was the rationale behind it moving.
Commissioner Clements.
Clements, yes.
Sure. This is Eugene Sakai here. So specifically about the courtyard, the applicant, this is a plan that the applicant has successfully proposed before the RDRC on many occasions with some variation of exterior design, some modern, some a little more traditional, this one farmhouse. And I think that plan and that massing is generally proven to be pretty approvable. I think we've approved that design many times, or some minor variations thereof, with the courtyard on both the first and second floor. And so it's not a question of this design meeting zoning or being somehow inherently unapprovable. That was never really a question. I think the primary issue, as I saw it, with proposing that courtyard design on this site was actually, there's a few factors. Number one, I think the site is fairly irregular in that it's wide in the front and it narrows down towards the rear. And so basically the deeper you go into the site, the more constrained the site becomes. And that's exacerbated by the fact that the plan that this courtyard plan, because of this courtyard in the center of the plan, it's actually a fairly deep plan. It stretches out deep, depth being from the front of the lot to the back. So the design is not as compact as it could be. Now that doesn't matter so much in most cases, but in this case, you have the narrower backyard and you also have the adjoining properties to the left and right being original 1930s or 40s single-story bungalows. And so the point about finding D was really a narrow reading of really the language in finding D, which basically says that in order to make finding D, we have to be able to establish that the proposed design is not creating large differences in scale between the adjoining properties. Adjoining, for me, being the key word there. Adjoining, by a strict dictionary definition, reading as adjacent to, next to, or conjoined with, not across the street, not 3 or 4 doors down. And that's a neighborhood definition. And finding D doesn't talk about neighborhood. It talks about adjoining lots. And so the adjoining lots are single story. They have very low plate heights, 8 foot, very low floor elevations. They're very diminutive houses. And so that's where the massing concern came into play. These houses are not only short in height, but they're also short in depth. And so this long, deep floor plan on both first and second floor creates an adverse impact to the backyards of the adjoining left and right properties, because the second floor essentially looms over the adjoining properties' backyards. And through no fault of the applicant, the lot they purchased is adjacent to 2 very small, short houses that are not very deep. And so the impact to those neighbors' backyards is very significant because of this courtyard plan. And so that's why on really from all those public hearings, all the ones that were mentioned by the applicant, there were concerns posed by the committee and by neighbors about the second floor. And why was it so deep? Why do I have to look from my backyard to the second floor that's extending far past my house? And so our recommendation or our finding for denial was based on the fact that this design does create large differences in scale between the adjoining properties. And because of the fact that it has this courtyard or this hole in the middle of it, that with some effort could be mitigated, and the second floor in particular could be made more compact, not as deep, and not as impactful. We never asked the applicant to reduce program, reduce square footage, sort of make for a less sellable or financially successful project. It was really all about narrowly interpreting finding D. And I think they went part of the way there by reducing plate height, but there's certainly a lot more they could have done with regard, especially to the second floor design. And so, sorry for the long-winded answer, but it was, there was a long history behind this, this particular insistence on meeting finding D. And, hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you for the context as well, because I had the same question about the term adjoining, and yet I understand that the packet really asks also for a neighborhood context, because really you're put into a logic puzzle problem then if you elect to build next to an existing single family home, would you ever be able to make a finding that you didn't have what's the phrase, the difference in scale in the adjoining lot, right? And so I was puzzled as to how to apply that, because it's obvious that lots of houses in the area have gone to 2 stories. And so, and I know that we just worked on this ordinance. So thank you for explaining how these things fit together in your mind. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
I sensed that Ms. Dotwani had something to say about this at the beginning. Did you want to, on the issue of the courtyard in particular, did you have something to add?
I guess there was a lot of discussion about the massing and size, and there was several comments by the neighbors, the community, and so much discussion around the massing size and the parking issues on the street. And I think Eugene Sakai went as far as to even try to figure out if it was possible to even scale down in size. I mean, really, he dove into the drawings and took a look at it, which he normally wouldn't do in a project for our committee. But he actually took the time to do it to make sure that it was possible. And I just felt that if the applicant really wanted to have done something for the community to be, I guess, less aggressive about this project, then they could have easily taken another look at it and redid the space plan and redid the scaling and the size, just at least to show to show that they were trying to comply with the neighborhood. But I felt that no changes were made from maybe the second or third time I saw this case. I don't remember how many times I saw it exactly, but there wasn't any real changes to the size and scale, and no real address to the parking issue. And I think that is what the community is saying. And it's something, I'm a designer myself, and I work in architecture and interior design. So I do know that it does take a little bit of work and time and finessing it, but it's not difficult to do. And I just feel that with the findings, it just wasn't possible to pass it on this particular property in this location with the neighborhood outreach that had happened.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I see Commissioner Clements, your hand is up, and then Commissioner Garvey. The raised hands are moving around here. Maybe now I'm only seeing Commissioner Garvey's hand raised. So would you like to ask?
I wanted to put in, before we heard from the public, just to state that I was the lone vote that voted to approve the project. And I can go into that in more detail during the discussion. But since we're talking about adjoining properties and what does that mean in the findings, I took a slightly broader view of the word adjoining and didn't look at the whole neighborhood, but I did drive down the street and notice that there are 2 two-story houses directly across the street. And these two-story homes have large 2 stories. So I feel that the neighborhood is evolving, but for me, not only the houses on either side are important, but the houses in the front and the back are also important. And those were 2-story homes. So that was a big part of my deciding, you know, in addition to them meeting the floor area ratio, the lot coverage, the parking, I appreciated the reduced plate height, the retention of the trees. They met the setbacks and they raised the sill of the windows. I was nudged over to the side of the fence where I approved the project based on including that finding, because I interpreted the word adjoining to not just mean the side, but to mean the front and the back. So that's just, I wanted to just state why I said why I did what I did, and I can elaborate on that further in the discussion portion of this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional clarifying questions before we open for public comment?
Chair, I thought better of it. I would like to ask a question of staff, if that's okay.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. To staff, you know, I wasn't involved in the creation of the newer residential guidelines, and I know there was a lot of work and a lot of input from the public on them. And I've been thinking about this, which is, you know, if there are setbacks that are defined and there's a height limit that's defined, and that there are other adjustments that have been made to a project to make it to enhance privacy, for instance, which looks like was done in this case. What is it that staff thinks about when we think about compatibility from a design aspect? So it sounds like the basic box, if you will. I'm not calling the house a box. I'm just saying the design box in which we have to work. The setbacks, the height limits are met, and then some contextual adjustments are made. How do we think about how could something be found not in conformance or in compliance or acceptable? Because my default thought is, well, I guess, you know, one would have created the guidelines so that if all the rules were followed, it would be an acceptable massing, for instance, and, you know, placement on the law. So how does the design and the context come into play when you're thinking about how this all fits together?
Sure, I'll go ahead and start that, and then possibly defer to Lisa Porras, who was the lead planner for that whole undertaking about design guidelines. So as you mentioned, yes, there's definitely the numerical standards that are, you know, pretty black and white: height, setbacks, things we can kind of check off, are they meeting them or not. And I think generally speaking, the intent is that if you follow those standards, you know, ideally you're coming pretty close to meeting the intent. However, we do have these code sections that are more subjective. So things like, is it compatible with the neighborhood? Is it compatible with adjoining properties? And those are, I mean, as you mentioned, a lot harder to pinpoint and say, you know, it's this, but not this. And so when the house size study occurred, a lot of thought was put into placement on the site, different wings of the house, depth of the house, things like that. And in the end, when it was carried forward, a maximum floor area, which is again a numerical standard, was kind of the solution to that process. So I think your point is a good one, and I think that beyond sort of our subjective opinion, looking at is this compatible with the neighbor or not, the result of that house size was really a numerical standard versus a subjective one. And Lisa, maybe if you want to add on to that.
Sure, Andrea. I would just say that when staff was working on the issue of single family house size, we really approached it from a scale and massing perspective where we had proposed maximums for the main body of the house, and then where there would be additions, sort of little pop-outs, those would be managed as well. And the main way that we were addressing the overall size of the home would be manage the width of the front of the house and also its depth. So we call that a main body and width. And like Andrea was saying, ultimately what got adopted was a numerical standard rather than a standard that was really looking at the proportions of the home. I would just add one thing to what Andrea described. In my observation, when I had Andrea's role and worked with the RDRC and listened into many of the conversations and entitlement process for single family homes, yes, we have zoning. And if you look at the zoning and its numerical thresholds, it essentially adds up to what could be a mold. And we've heard this from many designers in the past, and they said, well, you know, if you limit the setback to 5 feet on the bottom, 9 feet on the top, the maximum height, you know, whatever those limitations are, it is going to get filled up. We all know that the cost of housing, the cost of building housing is extremely high in this area throughout all of the state. And what we're finding is that a lot of people, once they buy a property and they want to design a new home, really want to max out the property, which is why we had the max floor area adopted a few years back. But absent that, you know, and given that every site is unique, its shape, how it slopes, the street that it's on, the neighborhood that it's within, you know, the particulars of the character, it would be hard for a zoning ordinance to, I guess, to regulate all of that, you know, all of the, you know, those dynamic features. So the reason why we have design review criteria and decision-making authorities like the design review committee for single family homes, and also the planning commission, as the planning commission does this job for multifamily and larger projects, we have design review criteria in place that can afford the decision-making authority to kind of check in on some elements that aren't so numerical. They're more qualitative based than quantitative based. So this is where a decision-making authority such as yourselves or the RDRC can use and apply those qualitative thresholds to a project given its unique site, conditions, characteristics, and so forth. And so oftentimes when we think about massing, you know, I think one of the things that tends to happen is that we look at massing as one whole unit. But a house, and Eugene would probably do a better job of describing this than I, but there's obviously a lot of other elements to a home. It's the door, it's the porch, it's the windows, it's proportions. So when we think of scale, you know, we can also think of it certainly as a whole, but also, you know, are the features of the home in scale with kind of what the neighborhood is, kind of the DNA that's already established in the neighborhood, and how can a new home kind of come in and kind of, you know, extend some of those features forward, but yet obviously being allowed to be 2 stories in design because our code certainly allows for that. So I'll stop there, but hopefully that gives some context to the discussion. I know this isn't an easy one, but we're here for you. So any other questions you have, feel free to ask.
Thank you. I have just one more factual question, which is the compliance with parking standards. It seems clear that this house was designed to comply with parking standards, but I know that there was some discussion at the RDRC about that and reference to concern about neighborhood parking. Is this area a tightly parked public street? The pictures that were shown did not show a lot of cars parked on the street. I'm wondering if this is a really impacted area for street parking versus just kind of average.
I can go ahead and
comment on that. Yeah,
and answer that. So from staff's observations, the street does, you know, definitely get narrower at points. So parking is a little bit more limited. For example, there's portions where the street splits into 2. It definitely looked like a lot of streets in the city where, there's not a lot of street parking, but I wouldn't say it was necessarily, it wasn't necessarily to the point where you couldn't find a spot. It just, maybe isn't in front of where you want to be. But I do know, traffic patterns, things like that. In a lot of spots, only one car can fit through. So there's definitely considerations as far as that goes. With the one car garage, after that request, we did also speak with the city attorney because as you mentioned, Commissioner Clements, it's called out in our code, having one car is an acceptable design standard as long as you have a two car wide driveway. And so we did clarify with the city attorney that regardless of any parking conditions in the neighborhood, if the proposal is meeting that standard, again, a numerical standard, and they're not asking for any deviation from that, then that's not something that the city could request, even if there were impacted parking conditions in the neighborhood.
Right. Got it. Thank you so much. Sure. Those are my general questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Well, thank you to the staff and to the applicant and to the RDRC members for providing all that valuable context. And I think we can move now to the public comment period for this item. And if you would like to make a public comment on 2125 Carmelita, agenda item number 6B, now is the time to speak. You may join the Zoom meeting or call the number that's shown here and enter the meeting ID and then virtually raise your hand. Or if you're on the phone, press *9 and then *6 to unmute. And we'll have a 2-minute timer. And Sarah, are there people in the waiting room for this topic?
Yes, currently there are 2. First up, Tom Hoskin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, so I'll go ahead, and I hope that one of my neighbors will cede me another minute of time because I thought I was going to have 3 minutes. And first of all, I want to thank you all for the time you put in with the Planning Commission. It can be really tedious, and I know the hours rack up, so we appreciate that. You've heard all about how this project is about Criteria D, which is big differences in building scale and harmonious transition and so forth. But I also want to raise that it's actually more than that, and I'll get to that in a moment. Just to go back, for the Planning Commission who maybe didn't have all the history that you've heard about so far, the builder advertised this home for $3.6 million before it even came before the RDRC, before the first meeting, and they proposed to take out 2 trees. They said they were unhealthy or unhealthy, I guess, and then some more arborists and 36 letters to the planning department later. They decided, well, actually, maybe it's a better idea to keep them. It's actually healthier for the remaining trees to have those trees there and so forth. Then the builder went on, and you heard a lot of details about all the changes that they proposed, lots and lots and lots of details, but basically it gets down to they didn't address the basic issue of the mass of the house. So they have a proposed floor area that goes right to the very last square footage of what's available, which is their right to do, but they never really addressed that the mass of the house, particularly going in back, passing the neighboring houses, except for the parts that they absolutely had to do anyway. They never addressed that, not once. And in fact, they even went so far as to put a diagram, and you can see my diagrams on page 311 of the packet. Diagrams that purported to show that the house isn't really going past the neighboring houses at all. But if you look at the diagram where you go visit the property, you can see they definitely do. It's an absurd proposition that they're saying there. So they've gone on with this, and I think the bottom line is they just don't want to budge. And I would like to bring this back to the effort that ended in 2018 with the City Council. It was a 2-year effort, started by Good Growth San Carlos. It went to a task force and a consultant and town hall meetings, and went through the Planning Commission, and then it was approved 4-1 by the City Council at the end of 2018 to change the zoning, revise the zoning rules to get San Carlos a little bit more in line with some of the neighboring cities, and to address exactly this sort of thing. But you heard from Lisa Porras, it's not easy. Every town is different. Every neighborhood is different. Every lot is different. But it was meant to address exactly this sort of thing. So if the Planning commission does not enforce those rules, then what's the point of revising the rules and having the rules in the first place? So I really encourage you to deny this proposal and have them go back and do a little more work. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, is there an additional caller?
Yes, there are two more. Saisi?
Welcome. You have
Hi.
two minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, I'm Dave Saisi. I live 2 doors to the west of the proposed construction. And we remodeled our home in 2003. Was a bungalow just like the homes on either side of this project. We needed more space for a family. We've got 2 kids and a dog. So we went up, we did a second story. However, we took into account the fact that our neighbors to our right, which is the house, or sorry, our neighbors to the left, which is the house to the right of the proposed project, and then our neighbors on the other side, small bungalow homes. And we've all lived here for a long time. They've lived there for 30 years. We made the conscious decision to not increase the footprint of our house. We went up, we increased the second story setbacks. It was a neighborly thing to do. Did we leave money on the table? Absolutely. Was it a smart financial decision? Probably not. But that's the difference between a developer and a neighbor. And I feel like the Planning Commission here needs to defend neighbors in San Carlos and fight for the people who have smaller homes that want to retain privacy, want to retain some of the quality of living that they've had for the last 30 plus years in their homes. And I just feel like, you know, Thomas James Homes, I understand it's a business, but they don't frankly care. They want to make as much money as they can. And doing, you know, creating a home with the maximum amount of square footage is the way to do it. But I just feel like from a neighborly perspective, we're better off helping our neighbors out and being conscious and considerate of their quality of living. And that's what we did. That was our philosophy. And again, was it financially smart? Probably not. But we love our neighbors. I think they appreciated what we did, and I'm hopeful that you'll go to bat for the neighbors in San Carlos that are thinking less about profits and more about being good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, an additional caller?
Yes, caller ending in 023.
Welcome. You give us your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening. This is Michael Quigley at 2109 Carmelita, right next door to 2125. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak once again. And I have to say that over the last almost a year, my admiration for city employees and volunteers has gone through the roof. I feel that the Commission and the RDRC has done a wonderful job trying to find a way forward for both the developer and for the neighbors. Having said that, however, I would address the mathematical models that we look at for home development in the area. Humankind has gone forward and prospered on mathematical models throughout history. Unfortunately, as I watched the news tonight, California is on fire. Parts of the country are flooded. People are dying because of global warming. And I know that's a very grandiose statement, but it's because of the mathematical models that human beings have followed over time. If we simply say it fits because the math says so, we are going to suffer in the long term. This building proposed by Thomas James Homes, and the only reason I live in San Carlos is I made enough money in my life to afford to be able to live here. I support their right to make money, their employers. I agree with that. But if we simply say the home fits because of the mathematics and don't take into consideration the effect for the long haul on neighbors that have paid their money, maintained their homes, become good neighbors, become good friends, that is an error. And the Commission, I know, has the power to address those issues. And I implore you to deny the application as it stands, send Thomas James Homes back to the drawing board with a pencil and a protractor. I'm sure they can come up with a suitable home. Mr. Saisi spoke about his home and neighborly production. If that home was lifted by crane, across Ginny Henry's house and put down next to my house, I would be very, very happy. A beautiful two-story home, a wonderful family home, and Thomas James, I'm sure, has the ability to build something like that if they wish to do, as they have said in the past, work with neighbors and be a good neighbor. Anna Felber made a very professional presentation this evening, but I see that she has some extra strength behind her, extra representatives. There's a little bit of concern from Thomas James Homes, and rightly so. They've got a lot of money outlaid, and they have a right to do business. But they need to do business in the right way. They need to listen to our voices, and I hope that the way forward is going to be amicable for all parties. The Commission has a difficult job, but I have absolute confidence in you that you'll be able to find a way that all parties will be satisfied with the resolution. Thank you very, very much for your time, and good luck with your decision process.
Thank you. Sarah, are there any additional callers?
Yes, two more. Jenny.
Welcome, Jenny. You have 2 minutes. I don't hear you yet.
Sorry, we had to get off of mute. This is Dennis Braz and Ginny Henry. So thank you. We just want to say thank you to the RDC for all of their time and effort, and the Planning Commission for your attention on this matter and so forth. And with that said, we would also like to just highlight, we're on the house directly to the right. So we're between David Saisi and the house that's being proposed. And one thing over the entire redesigns that have taken place is the depth adjacent to our side of the fence has not shrunk at all. It's still as lengthy as it was from the original design process. And the one thing that I would like to just to reiterate what David commented on, he's on the Thomas James map where we would be home 1, he would be home 2. If you actually look at that, his home is actually less deep than home 1. And in addition, I would just point out to the Planning Commission as well that his is a 2-car garage also associated in that lot. So our points are just really around, the depth of the property and the mass that really is unchanged on the side facing the right side of the house, which we are on. So we would just ask the Planning Commission to please consider that. Again, not just all the numbers that are involved, because that's certainly part of it, but just in regards to the neighborhood and the neighbors around this property, and for the family that will eventually move in there. So appreciate your time, and we would also strongly ask that the Planning Commission deny this current design and ask for a redesign. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah, next caller.
Joshua.
Welcome, Joshua. 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate you folks, public servants, for doing what you do. For the record, we like the current design, except for the rear bulk. We're directly across the street. We love the board and batten approach. We like the color scheme. The single story idea was really never seriously presented. No one ever expected that. I think we're all past the garage size. It's about one thing. It's about the proposed house being just too big for the lot for Section D of the local code. The numbers add up. The house doesn't work. That's why we have Section D. The rear bulk will completely change the look and feel of the entire block due to the way that it's oriented with relation to the visibility as one approaches coming up from Alameda to Las Pulgas. And again, I remind you, we're staring straight at it, but it's everyone that comes up the street that has the bulky effect. I think Thomas James may have overestimated their profit margin here, and they may have misjudged the topology of the lot, and maybe they didn't understand the neighborhood and its history. Did you know that Carmelita Drive was created in 1926 when Carmelita Burt Kendall signed the deed to subdivide her family ranch? Each house here retains at least some of that original character that was found at the start. And that's because every single one of these new or heavily remodeled homes on this block were created by the owners, not developers. We're simply asking them to lower, not eliminate, their profit expectations in order to reflect the reality of the situation. And it's okay because Carmelita Drive commands a premium price per square foot, so they'll make up the difference there. TJ will still make a healthy profit when they sell it. What makes me an expert? We have a 2-story house across the street that we added onto. Our lot's 41% bigger, yet we severely restricted the size. We didn't use every last square foot by far because we were concerned about the look and feel of the neighborhood. And our neighbors thank us for having that kind of design. Listen, TJH, they're a statewide developer. They've made a name for themselves. I salute them. I congratulate them on building a strong and vibrant business that employs many people across the state and creates sorely needed housing stock in California. Developers are the key to good quality housing. And we're glad that there'll be a nice house across the street. We look forward to welcoming a new young family to our block. I simply implore the commission to remember that Thomas James will never live in the home that they build. So we're just asking you to urge the commission. We're urging you to insist that Thomas James simply reduces the overall bulk in the rear of the house to fit into the overall look and feel of this uniquely shaped lot on this very special street. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Sarah, do we have any additional callers?
No further callers.
Okay, if there are no further callers, then I would entertain a motion to close the public comment period.
I'll move we close the public comment.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Through the chair, Sarah, I don't know. Do we have someone from the public that has wants to speak? Josh Wallace?
Yes, they just raised their hand.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
I thought I mentioned that.
We'll put that motion.
Motion.
Okay, thank you. That fixes it. And welcome to the next caller. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. This is Sandra Wallace sitting in for Josh. I just want to look at a bigger picture of this whole situation. With the passage of SB 9 and SB 10, and it's waiting to be approved completely, we're going to be looking at a lot of this coming in before, in the future. That builders and speculators are going to sit on property, come in, want to flip it. And this is what I have a hard time with. Is we want to keep this the city of good living where neighbors and neighborhoods come together and build accordingly. And that is not the situation with these homes. I've seen some of the other homes they've made around San Carlos, and they don't fit in with the houses adjacent. So I'm just hoping that, especially, like I said, with this new legislation coming through California, where you guys won't have as much power to be able to say no to projects, I just hope now you'll be able to say no with adjustments to Thomas James Homes and definitely keep the character of Carmelita. That is a special street in San Carlos. I hope too, if I come into the situation where I live, I'll have people backing me up in the same way. But I don't know, if the state takes this over, then you're not going to have as much say. So please do what you can. Think of the neighborhood, the neighbors, and what's important to the people who live here. Take that into consideration. Thanks so much for all your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other last minute public comments before we going once? Okay. I would entertain a motion to close the public comment period.
I'll repeat my motion to close public comment at this time.
I'll repeat my second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Iacopone?
Yes.
Commissioner Bradley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Ruth?
Yes. So now we have the deliberation period, and we'd appreciate any thoughts on where people are, what they're thinking in regards to this. I guess I would like to point out that we can approve we can make the denial, we can approve or and there is a third possibility, which is if the applicant is interested to have a continuation where they would have an opportunity to revise the plan and come back. So we do have several options. And so where do we stand on this one? Appreciate getting some feedback.
Let me start and say that I've been a planner for 60 years, and this is just this house has been as difficult as some decisions I made in doing a city in Africa for 1 million people, another one in Venezuela, and working in Los Angeles and North Carolina and Michigan, Northern and Southern California, because I'm emotionally moved by so many residents in the neighborhood there coming up. I'm thinking individually with their opinion and their place of residence playing an important part in how they feel about their neighbors, our city. We often say this is the city of good living. I frequently say it's San Carlos is the neighborhood or is the city of good government. In this case, I'll say it's the street, good neighbors, special street. I frequently go up and down it when I could go up and down San Carlos Avenue, but I prefer Carmelita, even though it is a narrow street, especially many vehicles parked on the street. So I'll probably be saying here that I hope we're the city of good planning also. I'll support denial.
Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take a minute and thank my fellow committee members from the Residential Design Review Committee. I appreciate that both committee member Datwani and Sakai took time out of their evening. We had a previous RDRC meeting, before this planning commission, so they've had a very long evening, and I appreciate the comments from both of them. So I wanted to open by saying thank you. I also appreciate the work that Commissioner Bradley did in the previous 3 hearings on this. That was not easy, and I appreciate the work done that you and the RDRC did back in May and June. I also appreciate all of the comments that came in from the neighbors. It's a wonderful street. I drove down it. I saw a deer when I drove down it. It is an evolving street. There are so many different architectural sizes. It's not dissimilar to other neighborhoods in San Carlos in that there are new homes coming in. They are larger homes and there's a variety of styles. I appreciate many of the changes that Thomas James Homes made, 3 designs, a number of changes that were not only for the trees, but for the design of the home. And I come back again to the numbers and the fact that they meet all of the numerical findings. And I look at the adjoining properties, which for me includes more than just the left and the right. It includes the front and the back, where there are 2-story homes. And I feel that I agree it's a large home, but I don't think it's beyond the bounds of too large. So I am going to support the project. And I guess that means I'm voting. I don't remember if that means I'm voting no or yes. I want to approve the project, and I guess that means I'm voting against the appeal. I'll have to think about that.
Okay, we'll straighten that out.
We'll straighten that out. I have to read the motion again.
But I think we understand where you stand. Additional comments? Commissioner Clements.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, I'm going to sound like Commissioner Garvey, but I really do appreciate the RDRC's attendance. This is it makes for a long evening. And I know that you've discussed this project several times. So really, really appreciate you being here tonight. And then of course, Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Garvey for adding your knowledge about this project. My understanding is that this is not typical. I'm pretty new to the Planning Commission. It is not typical for developments homes to come back over and over again to the RDRC. And so, that says two things to me. One, that there really are issues that are worth discussing and that there were more than just a couple. And I was pleased to see that the applicant really did do a lot, my perception, did do quite a few of the ones that were listed. I was trying to keep track of all of the requests and all of the changes made. And it was a little daunting of a process. So I appreciate the efforts to save the trees. And I know that those were the first RDRC pieces of feedback. And so that was good, and that the design was accommodating to that. I also want to say that I appreciate one-car garages. I don't think we should pay a lot of money to house our cars. And so, I have to say that that's, for me, a good trade-off. And I'm listening to, I think it was it Joshua Safran saying, like, I'm across the street and I like the look and feel of the design as it is now. So I feel like the applicant did quite a bit of work trying to get the neighborhood comfortable. I actually liked either of the other two renderings and styles as well. But the farmhouse with the kind of lowered first floor plate seems to have gotten a lot of the way there. And then I felt like there were a couple of issues outstanding. So I wanted to just raise them for me. And one more thing. The neighbors who just spoke, you're so lovely and polite and respectful. I just appreciate that level of discourse here, and thank you so much for that. This has been a really long process on this one home, so it must be a bit trying. So I wanted to ask the applicant, I thought about the air conditioning unit. It seemed to be unclear as to whether that request had been satisfied, whether it was definitely moved to be further away from the property line and closer to the edge of the property, which was going to be next to, I guess, a garage instead of a bedroom window or something. So we get advice on feedback on that. Chair, is that okay to ask that question?
Yeah, I think we can.
Chair.
We can get that question clarified by the applicant.
Yes. I'd like to respond.
Thank you.
The air conditioning unit, there's the sound quality that we're trying to achieve, and with the lot being pie-shaped and getting narrower, we did find two locations that would be compliant with the code. One was originally on the left side in the corner of the stair and garage corner. This would be, I want to say, over 11 feet away from the property line. We're using a lower DBA unit, so it's a narrower but longer unit. But we, in another iteration, we moved it to the right side due to a neighbor comment. And the right side was closer to the property line and right on the minimum we need to be away from the property line to be compliant. And that was a bit of an issue with another neighbor. And going back and forth and trying to mediate that, there was no resolution of no one wants the air conditioning unit on their side, of course. But on the left side, it is further back. It's away from the windows of the across at the neighboring adjacent house. So we thought the best position for this unit for sound quality would be in that garage stair corner.
Okay.
And if there would be a variance maybe given, the neighbor, I think, I don't want to quote, but from before offered to have it pushed along that left edge closer to the rear of the property. They'd rather have it towards their backyard than towards their house, but this does not meet the required setback. So if a variance is welcome to be given, we could slide it along that side further out as the pie shape gets narrowed towards the rear.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting because the setback is designed to protect the neighbor on that side. But if the neighbor on that side actually prefers it in the setback rather
Again,
than...
we'd have to confirm and make sure that he's still on board with that.
Interesting question as to whether that could get accommodated. So could we ask Andrea that question?
Andrea?
I'm here, thank you. Yeah, we would need to look at the specific proposal and how far it's set back, the noise requirements, also any building code requirements that would need to be in terms of, clearance around the unit, things like that. I don't see how moving the unit would meet the findings for a variance because those are really, generally difficult to meet and also specific to the lots themselves. So the applicant would have to demonstrate why there's no other location that would work within the setbacks. But that being said, we can definitely work with the applicant and neighbor to figure out, what complies with the code and also works best for them. And there are some, there is some flexibility, I know, on the building side of, location from bedrooms and things like that. So we do have some flexibility as well.
Mm-hmm. We've looked into, because we have a low DBA unit and we're further away from the property line at that garage and stair location, it should be pretty quiet by the time you get to the property line and then furthermore at the house. So there shouldn't be any loud noises, not even a whisper that you'd be hearing. We can also look into, landscaping also as a nice buffer, screen of some sort and plantings of some sort and make sure that we can buffer that. That would make sure that we're compliant with the code as well as offer some type of extra buffer, even though it's low DBA and well beyond the required setback.
Well, that sounds reasonable. And I wanted to note that, on the right side where near the courtyard was going to be, that was my first thought when I thought a courtyard right near the property line could add to noise to the right-hand neighbor, which I guess is Dennis and Ginny Henry, if I'm thinking about right as you look at the house, if that's correct. But I saw the installation of trees along the property line would help mitigate noise effects, and I thought that that was a good idea as well. So if I could ask one more question, and again, it seems to me that going up 2 stories is part of this neighborhood seems acceptable, and that it is the question about the context between the second story and the neighbors that seems to be the fungible, or the what am I trying to say, the place where we should use more judgment. I mean, because again, all of the FAR and all the dimensions seem to be in line, and yet we heard from the neighbors that it's the backyard and the rear bulk, and that seems to be still the interface problem, if I'm stating people's positions correctly. So I'm not here to broker deals or anything, but it did seem to somewhat be unanimous in those statements. So I guess I would also like to ask the applicant if there are any ideas to adjust the backyard second story in a way that somehow reduces that privacy interface kind of bulk challenge that was noted by a couple of neighbors.
I think that would be a good question have the applicant respond to, but I'd prefer to get Commissioner Iacopone and my opinion, initial thoughts on the table, and then maybe we can
sounds good.
And then maybe we can see what the opportunities are going forward, depending on where we're going here. Sure. So make sure that we do that, please. Commissioner Iacopone, would you like to say anything now, or would you like me to give my thoughts first? Or you have your hand up, so
no, I have my hand up. Thanks, Chair Roof. I guess I maybe picking up on where Commissioner Bradley was. I think that this is one of the more difficult matters that in my tenure I've worked on, and certainly not his and global. And I think it, again, for my portion of the record, acknowledging what Thomas James Holmes has worked to accommodate tree plate height, breaking up the side of the house. I remember a lot in our work on floor area ratio concern around long continuous 40-foot runs of a 2-story wall that doesn't occur. And again, thoughtful design for the neighborhood. And I think, I really appreciated also hearing from the neighbors, because this is clearly weighing on them through the emotion in their voices and how they feel about their neighborhood and how much they love it. And maybe the last sort of acknowledgement is I really loved Commissioner Clement's point. If in a narrow instance, if you cannot agree compatibility between a 1-story and a 2-story in the narrowest sense, when would you ever accomplish that? And I think that Commissioner Garvey's point around the neighborhood is spot on for me. Therefore, the point of all of that is I think there's been give and take. There is accommodation. The home proposed ticks, in my mind, all of the boxes I know I wrestled with going through our updated zoning around single family homes. And there appears this one issue which has been noted as remains open, which is that master bedroom on the 2nd floor at the back of the lot. And it's not clear that anything could reasonably be done to pull that in that would still keep the nicely designed character of the home without, let's just say keep the nicely designed character of the home, and therefore also accommodate a little bit of the neighbors' concern about what they look up and at. So that, I guess that just tells you I'm remaining on the fence on this one. The one thing that maybe the choice of screening and bay laurel trees, as I know a bay laurel tree, it is not a very vertical tree. It tends to spread. So could we also later on from the applicant understand that screening and how quickly it might grow above the 6-foot fence to soften what the neighbors will see? And I guess with that, that where my mind is that what happens on day one is not permanent. The trees are being put in, numerous trees are being put in along that side to accommodate. And it strikes me as something that will grow in over time as a way to address the issue that the neighbors are raising. So I'll end with, just to repeat the question, I'd love to hear about the plantings, that choice of planting, their speed of growth, their shape, because that might help me conclude.
as with Commissioner Clement's question for the applicant, I'd love to hear the answer to that. Let's hold the question for just another minute or two, and I'll stay where I'm coming down on this, which is that I don't look at the design review criteria D in a narrow way. I agree that it makes more sense to look at the overall neighborhood and the among the design review criteria. There's also letter A, which addresses the massing and neighborhood impact as well. And so I like to. I'm not hung up on because the adjacent houses are single story. This one needs to be single story, and I would further think that you could have a compatible second story, two-story house if it were designed right. But I walked that street and looked at the homes pretty carefully, and there are quite a few. There are lots of second two-story homes, but this one is by far the biggest looking as far as the street view goes of all of them. And as Eugene Sakai pointed out, there's the potential to do more to address the distribution of the massing on the second floor, using perhaps by eliminating that courtyard area or partially doing that to shift the massing to make it more acceptable. So there does seem to be, from my understanding, room to address the massing question without asking for a reduction of square footage. So I wouldn't ask for a reduction of square footage. I wouldn't ask for it to be a single story home, but it does seem like there's opportunity for shifting of the space to make it more compatible with the neighborhood and to address the neighbors' concerns. The one-car garage is fine with me. That seems appropriate. So that's, so I'd be very interested to hear from the applicant the question that Commissioner Clements asked about what more can be done. And I guess I have the same question. And then also the applicant team, if their arborist is on the call still, maybe we can get the exact answer to Commissioner Iacoponi's question. So I would invite the applicant to address those questions.
Of course, and I'll invite our architect, Jill Williams, to be able to speak if we could get her unmuted to address the second story adjustments. This is something that we didn't just pass by, we did evaluate and see what we could do to push and pull, because again, requests for pushing the front back and the rear back. So this is moving our programming to the center. So that was looked at, and I'd love to bring her into this conversation. Jill, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, I think as Anna has explained, when we filled in the first floor of that courtyard, I guess there is a choice that some of that second floor massing could have been shifted into that area also. I guess we chose to leave that articulation that we think is so nice, that we think you do read from the street because of the shape of this lot. And so, but there is that possibility that could be done. I don't know that it would shorten the second floor so much as maybe just eliminate some of the width at the rear. And so it would just depend on what the exact, goal is of that, and that we're just, like I said, not really changing the size of the house, but just moving some of that around, that increasing that dimension to the neighbor, or making that a smaller side yard setback would be acceptable if we were to shift some of that second floor.
If I could make a comment, Chair. I mean, I wrote down the neighbors to the right's comment as the depth adjacent to our side of the fence is as long as it ever was, has not been decreased. And so, either the house footprint would go longer further into the backyard, or it would go wider, closer to the neighbor. And so without a reduction in the square footage, which I think some of the neighbors had suggested. So is a slight reduction in square footage possible? And what would that do to your balance sheet? I do know that, I think we all know that it is very expensive to construct right now. And I also want to say for the record that 24 months of hearings on a single family home is outrageous. And so I don't know, it's going to, the reason for 24 months of back and forth. It's on everybody's shoulders, I think, as to why that has gone on so long. But, I would like our jurisdiction to be able to raise issues early if we're going to raise them, and then have them fixed quickly. And that seems to be the norm. But for some reason with this design, it was not the case. So anyway, would a slight reduction in square footage be possible?
I would invite the applicant to respond to that.
Yeah, and I did want to point out my mistake. I said 24 months. It was actually 12 months in the design review process. So my apologies on that number.
Thank you.
We started this process or submitting back in September of 2020 and had the neighbor meeting in November.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah,
I saw some notes in the chat as well. So thank you for also bringing that up in the chat. Also, for the clarification of the second floor, I know that Jill can speak more on this too, but again, we did pull in the width. So we pushed it farther from the side property line, but I'm hearing that we also need to pull back from the rear property line. In doing so, yeah, we would be pushing out back to the side property line and filling in that courtyard as well. Looking at, is a 2-foot reduction in the rear really, and a 2-foot, maybe 2 feet reduction in the front of more of a setback? Is that what we're looking for? Is that something that would be, that would meet the needs as well as, and I mean, that's filling in a courtyard. So you're going to have that large 2-story mass going to be overlooking the right adjacent neighbor rather than providing that relief. It'll be a lot of redesign in the plan in order to achieve that as well. And is that achievement really significant for what we're looking for? And I think Jill can speak more to this too.
Well, I think that was a good explanation. And maybe I would invite either Ms. Dotwani or Mr. Sakai on the RDRC to, they probably grappled with the trade-off decision that we have in front of us, is sort of where do you put the square footage and what would be acceptable, both from a design perspective and a neighbor perspective. I think both are important. So that, because this has been hashed over, I believe, in the past. And so if you could give a brief summary, is there a trade-off that could be favorable that the Planning Commission might be, and maybe the applicant would be encouraged to accept? So either Mr. Sakai or Ms. Dotwani would be, if you have a thought, I would invite it.
This is Sakai here. Getting a little lost in all of the various arguments, but I think if you compare, I think earlier on in the conversation tonight, one of the speakers brought up the idea of a mold, if you will, and the idea being that the zoning describes the volume of that mold, and so if you have the analogy of maybe 2 Jell-O boxes, that prescribes the volume, but the mold is defined by the architect. The architect is the one that within that envelope can shape that Jell-O to be compatible or less compatible with immediate neighbors. And so no one is asking this applicant to get rid of some Jell-O. I think we're all in agreement that they're entitled to their 2 boxes of Jell-O. It's just a question of how that Jell-O is molded. And so for me, what they've been unwilling to do is really break the mold on the second floor. This courtyard design, to me, is a mold that doesn't fit this site for the reasons I outlined earlier. The site is narrow, the neighbors are short, and the elongated second floor creates an adverse impact to the left and right neighbors that doesn't have to exist. So I think, the idea of sort of reducing the depth of that second floor to pull it in away from the rear property line would open up the left and right neighbors' views, and you'd kind of create a common outdoor space in the rear yards, which is a commonly accepted urban design principle amongst multiple jurisdictions. The idea that houses on a block sort of share and sort of have a commons in between them, created by their rear yards. And so essentially what this project is doing is it's encroaching on that commons. Now I understand that the zoning allows for this, but we're trying to be more subtle and more circumspect than the zoning would allow for. And that is the purpose. And that is the very nature of the reason for an RDRC or planning commission to exist, is to find the nuance within the zoning that goes more than just the numerical compliance, as so well put by Lisa Porras a couple of hours ago. So ultimately for me, it's putting more effort into the mold of the second floor, keeping the volume and not, taking away their sellable square footage. That's a right that they're entitled to, and one that, that they've been doing a very good job across the city and across the Bay Area. But just on this particular site, they need to break the mold and in my opinion, find a different solution to create a project that respects the commons of the rear outdoor space that all of these houses enjoy. And I think it's I think it's the right thing to do. It's going to take a little more work on the part of the architect, but probably no more work than has been put into this appeal so far. Probably a lot less, to be honest.
Thank you. We have one unanswered question for the applicant, which was about, I believe, did we get an answer about the tree, the screening trees? Can the applicant, Anna, could you field that question or hand it off?
I will do my best to speak on behalf of our landscape architect. She proposed sweet bays, and they...
I think my headphones just died. Are you all able to hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay. She proposed sweet bay laurels, which take about 5 years to mature to about a 20 feet in height, 15 to 20 feet in height. So that was the original proposal. We would be, if there's a specific tree that you would recommend or want us to look at for screening, we're more than welcome to look into that and see if there's a different tree that would be more accommodating. But this is the recommendation we were given.
So to clarify, the screening and the time for growth, that's sort of the sweet spot tree to use.
From our landscape architect, yes, they really recommend the bay laurels. But again, we don't want to limit ourselves. So if that's something that's not agreeable, we can look into something that maybe matures faster or is just a different tree and shape. but for screening purposes, it was recommended.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we've had a pretty full discussion tonight. And so I wonder if, as I mentioned earlier, we sort of have the option to uphold the denial, to overturn the denial, or to see if there's interest in continuing the item with a revised plan. And we seem to be evenly split. Commissioner Jacoponi was kind of on the fence, as I understood. So we're kind of on the fence here. So from the applicant, would you be open to the possibility of continuing the item and having a revised design? I think we've narrowed the issues down somewhat from where we started. You know, the 2 stories okay, the garage is okay. It's mostly the distribution of the massing on the 2nd story. Would you be open to that, or would you prefer that we see where we land in a more formal vote on upholding or denying your appeal?
I would like Cynthia Thibault to speak to this. If she could unmute. And
I'm unmuted. Thanks, Anna. So my name is Cynthia Thibault. I'm Director of Development over at Thomas James Homes. And I wanted to respond to some of the comments tonight, specifically regarding the courtyard shape that remains on the 2nd floor. One of the main reasons that we maintain that was also one, for privacy of the neighbor. As Anna stated, there is over 22 feet setback from that portion of the building to the property line on the right. The neighbor on the right was very concerned about maintaining privacy. And we also wanted to make sure we maintain daylight coming into that hallway and into that primary bedroom space. And the way that we were able to do that while maintaining privacy was to create that courtyard shape. And so, you know, based on all of that, we have gone through several design iterations. I think we're on the 3rd or 4th at this point. There's been some revisions even before we got to RDRC based on feedback from the neighbors that we've really tried to accommodate. And so with that, we feel like we're, you know, in compliance with all the zoning codes, but also we feel that we're within the neighborhood compatibility guidelines. This is our 10th project now in San Carlos that we're going through RDRC. And so we've been successful so far on the 9 previously, and we've continued to build in San Carlos. And then I believe there was a comment about profit. So yes, we are a developer, but our goal is, you know, to build a home for the person, the family that's going to move into this neighborhood and to welcome that family into the neighborhood. So we're trying to also keep in mind our buyers that are going to be moving in and becoming the neighbors. And so with that, we do ask that we are able to move forward after 12 months of design review into building and get this project underway.
Okay, thank you for that feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, I guess we're in the position of either approving or not the resolution. And just so that we're clear on what that resolution is, can we get staff, can you put up the resolution? That's the question before us. And if anybody would like to speak up that they feel like we haven't discussed something or that there's something else we should say, go ahead. Otherwise, maybe we've gotten to the point where we should see if somebody wants to make a motion.
I'd like a clarification on the 3: vote to approve or the vote to deny, and in between was to situation where the developer, as I understand it, would design a little more to satisfy those goals of the RDRC first and the Planning Commission second. That what we'd like to call them, approval, denial, or continuation.
So the option for a continuation, usually, I mean, I guess we can continue, but usually we would like to, we offer a continuation if it seems like the applicant is willing to do that. As I understood, the applicant did not desire a continuation. They would rather receive a vote. And so if we vote yes on this, that means we're denying the current design. We're saying no to the design. A yes vote means no to the application.
Through the chair, just to clarify, if the commission denies the appeal, then they're denying the house, the design of the house. But if they're approving the appeal, then they're approving the house.
Is there a third alternative to get approval?
The third option was if the applicant was willing to make changes to continue this item and have them come back with those changes.
So if we
Which
vote
they
to
stated no.
approve,
correct.
We deny, if we vote to deny their appeal, they can still come back and ask for approval to start over with the RDRC, or if they choose to take it 1 foot off the garage, they wouldn't have to come to the RDRC as I understand it, 3,000 feet. The planning staff work skills out because you do so well anyway. Did I say any?
Well, we have the city attorney is available if we need to consult about the details. So if we deny the appeal, does that clean the slate and the applicant would have to start over? And it would go to the RDRC?
Good evening. If you deny the appeal, then the applicant, my understanding, would have 2 options. They could start from scratch if they wanted with a new application, or they could appeal this decision to the city council.
Right.
Just a point of clarification, this is Ellen. I think even if they shaved a foot off the garage, because it's a new house, I believe it would have to come back. I don't understand how it wouldn't have to go to the RDRC. I thought because it was a new home, it needed to go to the RDRC.
And through the chair, I can answer that. That is correct, regardless of size of the house. If it's a new house, it is referred to the RDRC, even if it's significantly less than 3,000 square feet.
Thank you for reminding me of that, both Andrea and Ellen.
And through the chair, I can start things by putting up, if Andrea, you can put up the other motion, I will make the motion and we will see where things land. Are we ready for a motion?
Any further comments before Ellen's giving us the courtesy of last minute thoughts before she makes a motion? I think we're split on this one, or maybe not. If people's ideas have, I won't try to predict. But so this motion, just to make sure everybody understands, this motion is if we say yes, then we approve the appeal and they can go forward. Ellen?
All right, I move that the Planning Commission approve the appeal, thereby approving the design review for a new residence located at 2125 Carmelita Drive, APN 049-352-090, based on the conditions as listed in the draft conditions of approval.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Jacoponi,
No.
Commissioner Bradley,
Oh,
Vice Chair Clements,
Yes.
and Chair Rue.
No.
So that's a 3-2 vote. 3 noes, 2 yeses. So the motion did not pass.
So, staff, could you help me out? What's the next step here? Are we finished?
We don't need the other motion to pass, correct?
I'll just chime in here. I think if the applicant has indicated that they are not interested in the idea of a continuance, then by virtue of the fact that the commission is not approving the appeal would be denied.
Okay. So I think that closes this item on the agenda.
Yes, and through the chair, there is a 10-day appeal period for the Planning Commission's decision this evening. I just wanted to let the public know.
Okay.
And of course, the applicant is aware of that as well.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to everyone for the robust discussion. That was long, but this does get to the. It's a very tough issue. It was not an easy vote for me, and I hope a good solution emerges from this in the not too distant future. The next item on our agenda is a study session. So there's no motion required at the end of this one. We're collecting information, collecting feedback from the commissioners and from the public on the protected tree ordinance that is being developed. This will go to City Council later. And so this is part of our role is to provide our feedback and to enable the public to provide feedback. And the public can provide feedback after this meeting. Of course, if there's still opportunity to respond by email. I know this meeting is a long one. So
if I might just quickly interject here, I'm wondering if I'm the only one that would like a 2-minute break, or would anyone else on the commission want a 2-minute break?
That's right. It has been almost 3 hours. So that's excellent discussion. So my computer says it's 9:45. So if we could come back at promptly at 9:50. Let's give ourselves a little break.
Thank you.
Need a motion. I move that we come back at 9:50.
Okay. Do we need a motion on? Do we need a second and a roll call, or can we just?
I think you're fine to just take the 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll just take a 5-minute break. Thank you for supporting that, Commissioner Bradley. See you at 9:50.
Mayor, is anybody else?
I'm back. Do we have, we've got,
Yes, I am.
oh, wonderful. And Commissioner Clements?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're here. So does the staff have a presentation on the protected tree ordinance?
We do, and I just want to make sure Lisa's back to advance the slides. Otherwise,
Oh,
okay.
Sorry, through the chair, I am here. Good question, Andrea.
Great. Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started then. As you mentioned, Chair Ruth, this is a study session for the Protected Tree Ordinance. I also want to thank everyone from the public for hanging on until now to provide feedback. It's really important to us to get that, so thank you. So as I mentioned, this is a study session to gain insight and feedback as we craft our new Protected Tree Ordinance. Before I get into where we're at and what we've done so far, I also wanted to introduce our city arborist, Stephanie Nisich from Biomass. So she will be here for any expert opinions that we need. And we also have with us Julia Hoffman. He's our planning tech who's assisting a lot with this process as well. Next slide, please. So just to provide a little bit of background of how we came to arrive at this point. Originally, sorry, Lisa, you can move forward. Originally, this item was reviewed by the City Council when they wanted to determine what our penalty fees were for illegal tree removal, as well as replanting policies. So staff gathered that information and presented it to council as part of a study session. And out of that study session came the idea of creating an urgency ordinance, which would effectively limit the reasons for tree removal while we're working on a new ordinance. So at that hearing, a lot of different ideas came up, and it became clear that the study and what we wanted to look at was more than just looking at penalty fees and replanting policies. So it began from there. And in June of this year, the council adopted an interim urgency ordinance for 45 days with the possibility to extend it. And on July 12th, they did just that and extended it for an additional 10 months and 15 days. And the purpose of the urgency ordinance is really to slow down unnecessary tree removals while staff has the time to create this permanent ordinance. So it is specifically designed as a temporary measure to allow us to focus on our permanent ordinance. So this evening we are at the Planning Commission study session, and the point of the study session is to gather any input, ideas you have to help us craft the ordinance. Once we have a draft ordinance crafted, we would return to the commission for review and hopefully recommendation to council for adoption. Next slide. So again, the intent of the urgency ordinance is to provide a more restrictive guideline and framework from which to remove trees temporarily while we research and prepare a comprehensive ordinance. Again, a lot of concern was coming from not only council, but residents about the speed and number of trees that were being removed. And so without having this temporary ordinance, we would kind of continue along at the same pace. Next slide. One thing that came out of the urgency ordinance was a change in the definition of what tree is protected. So to take a step back, any protected tree requires either a permit to remove it or to prune it. So that's trimming more than 25% of the tree. So these definitions that you see on the screen are from our previous ordinance, with one exception. The council did lower the threshold for redwood trees down to 48 inches in circumference. So any heritage tree that requires a permit is one that's a specific species and it has a specific associated measurement with it. So you can see on the screen, buckeyes, redwoods, various oak trees all have this corresponding dimension that triggers a permit requirement. A significant tree, on the other hand, is any tree of any species that's 36 inches in circumference or more. And so that is just a straight measurement of the circumference of the trunk, measured 4 feet up for any tree. So either of those, if a tree falls into either of those two categories, then it triggers, it's considered a protected tree and triggers a removal permit or tree protection or a pruning permit. There's several trees that are not protected regardless of size. And this is again from our previous ordinance, several acacias, fruit trees, Monterey pines, and eucalyptus. So regardless of size, they don't need a permit. And then I wanted to, we basically framed this into several topics for consideration by the commission. And with each topic, we have what the current provisions are. That is the provisions as provided by the urgency ordinance. So I'm gonna go through these pretty quickly, but I'll be brief. And then knowing we'll come back to talk about them if the commission would like to provide any input on those. So as I mentioned, the protected tree definition, the only change to it was lowering the threshold of redwood trees. So previously you did not need a permit for a redwood tree if it was 72 inches in circumference, less than 72 inches in circumference. And that's now been lowered to 48 inch. So smaller trees require a permit than before. For reasons for removal, we had 11 reasons for allowed removal under the previous ordinance, and now those are replaced with 6 criteria for removal. I'll go over those in a minute on another slide. Penalty fees for for violation of the ordinance. We now, under this urgency ordinance, have a $5,000 per violation fee if you violate the ordinance. But if you remove a tree illegally, the big change is now that the fees are raised to either the value of the tree or $5,000, whichever is greater. And this is a pretty significant change because our previous ordinance limited any penalties to $2,500 or the value of the tree, whichever is less. And that almost always resulted in a $2,500 fee. There's very few trees that would be under that valuation, under the $2,500. As far as notification goes, our previous ordinance did not have any notification associated with tree removal. The temporary ordinance requires a 300-foot notification in 2 instances. One is if there's any development associated with the tree removal, and the second is if there's any utility interference as requested by a public agency. And one of the big changes with this is that although under the previous ordinance, staff required applicants to post the permit for 10 days after issuance, this now requires notification prior to a decision being made on whether to allow a tree to be removed or not, and therefore allows neighbors to comment earlier on before the permit's actually issued. Next slide, please. In terms of replanting, the previous ordinance required a 24-inch box tree pretty much across the board. The new temporary ordinance has a size determined by the community director and based on valuation. And so that's something that the new ordinance requires that we do want to bring up as a discussion point later on this evening. The other new change to this is that the replacement tree must be either the same species that was removed, unless it's invasive, or a heritage species. So again, one of those specific species like the oaks and the redwood, things like that. The pruning definition was lowered to 25% of the root system or 25% of the canopy, where it was previously 1/3 of either the crown or the root system. And then we also added new tree protection plan requirements for development. Prior to this, we would require tree protection plans, and they were really based on whatever the applicant's arborist submitted. So this urgency ordinance specifically requires a tree protection zone of 10 times the diameter of the tree, and also requires a tree protection plan for projects performing work within that protection zone, as well as any associated requirements. So things such as like hand digging around roots or having an arborist on site to monitor any work. Next slide. So to go back, this slide references all of the reasons for removal. So on the left side of the screen, these are the reasons that were replaced. These were the ones we've been using for years and years. And as you can see, there's quite a few different reasons. One that I want to point your attention to is the one that's underlined, which says that a tree can be removed if it substantially detracts from the value of the property. We as staff found that pretty problematic. It was almost always, if a tree wasn't dead or dying, it was pretty much the reason that was given. And there could be various arguments made about detracting from the value of the property. There's not really any threshold that determines whether it is or not. So for us, that was the one that was really problematic. And usually that also was associated with development, not being able to build in a certain spot, for example. So the urgency ordinance replaced these reasons with 6. 1, if the tree is dead, it could be removed. 2, if it had a certain risk rating of high or extreme, and again, that would be determined by the city's arborist. A poor health rating, it's an invasive species, and then utility interference. And the big change is the 5th one on there, is that a tree can be removed if it's in conflict with development, but the applicant has to demonstrate the work they went through and why there's no alternative to that. Why tree measures can't be implemented to save the tree, or for example, why a home can't be redesigned with keeping that tree retained, keeping that in mind. And so at least having to demonstrate, is it reasonable to remove the tree for development? And have you gone through the work for that? Now that's of course, if the tree doesn't meet any of the other findings. If a tree is dead on the property and there's development, then it could be removed regardless. So it's really those trees that we were seeing before under the substantially detracts from the value of the property. But it's now requiring much more consideration and thought into it. And again, this is one of the reasons that requires the 300-foot notice. So we get neighbors and interested parties and earlier on to voice their opinions if they would like to. Next slide. So additional topics for consideration by the commission. We are looking at protecting tree removal associated with development. So as I mentioned, are there more specific things or thresholds we want to do with regards to trees specific to development? We're also looking at arborist report requirements. So for example, if a tree is obviously dead or obviously falling, do we need to have a full staff report like we do for a tree that's maybe diseased or we need more information on? Options for the replanting requirement. I had mentioned earlier that staff had some concerns with some of the requirements of the urgency ordinance, specifically with replanting in kind. So if this regulation is continued forward, it really limits the ability to specify, the best species for the site. There could be different soil conditions. There could be space requirements, things like that. So really trying to figure out what the best mode is for replanting requirements. And along with that, what size is best? So there might be sites where a bigger tree makes more sense, or sites where 2 smaller trees make more sense. But really, again, looking at each site specifically with an arborist input on what should be planted and where. And really providing that expertise to our community. And then finally, in terms of replanting, should there be some sort of off-site requirement? So if you really can't plant on site, should you be able to plant 2 trees off-site somewhere or contribute money to a tree planting fund for the city? And if so, are you planting double the trees or things like that? So just sort of other options for replanting. I mentioned earlier, the urgency ordinance has a tree protection zone incorporated within it. We would also want to see a process for which that area could be reduced if needed, along, with an arborist review and approval. But specifically if, for example, a tree's up against a house or there's some other condition that warrants reducing that, or adding additional conditions, having a review process for that. And then generally speaking, anything else that the commission sees in terms of what would help you make decisions, or you make different calls or understand things better when it comes to trees, or areas that maybe aren't addressed in the tree permit or in the tree ordinance. And then finally, I'm going to go over tasks that we're working on. So any ideas or comments you have on those, or anything you think we're missing or could add to, will be another topic for consideration. Next slide. So just some additional tasks that staff is working on, including the application form update for the new reasons of removal. We're working on a template for public notice for the 300-foot radius. One sort of bigger picture question is a discussion of time and cost and process associated with more comprehensive tree reviews. So, at what level does the city want to be providing expertise and information to citizens, and how much is that going to cost either citizens or the city? And that's sort of like a bigger picture question. We're also going to be creating an administrative guidance document, which would not be part of the ordinance, but it would be a guidance document for both employees, but also citizens, on things such as best practices for planting, what trees are best in the area, what to avoid, things like that. We're also working on 2 city-approved tree lists, so one for private properties and one for street trees, so any trees along the street. And then the council also asked for examples of tree appraisals. So I mentioned earlier that some of the penalty fees are based on the appraisal of the tree, and those can vary pretty greatly, the appraisal amounts. So one thing we're doing, and we hope to have this done by the time we return to the Planning Commission as well, is take a few example or case study trees around town and have our arborists appraise those values, so that we can provide some sort of reference of, an oak tree, for example, of this size and fairly good health is, X value. So that's something else we're trying to do too, to provide some additional clarification. Next slide. In terms of public comments, we have received several emails, which were included in the packet, and then a few emails that were also sent to the commissioners today. Chair Roof mentioned this, thank you, and we also want to reiterate that the public or anyone can continue to send comments to planning@cityofsancarlos.org. We are planning on bringing this back, hopefully to the commission in late October. So if anything comes up later, or you're not able to attend the whole meeting this evening, please continue to send comments or ideas to that email address as well. Those will also be included in the record as it moves forward to the commission and city council in the future. Next slide. As I mentioned, we're planning on returning to the commission in late October. And then here is the website that you can always check out. This has the most up-to-date information. So it has information on when things are going to hearing. There's also a way to sign up so that you get on the mailing list for any notifications that go out regarding the tree ordinance. And with that, I am done with my presentation. I'm available for questions. And again, we have Julia Hoffman and Stephanie Nisich with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Are there clarifying questions from the commissioners before we open for public comment? I see there are. Commissioner Garvey. Commissioner Garvey, I don't hear, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I had one question on this replacement tree list. Are there, given that we're in a drought, I'm wondering if there are, what I don't want to see is a list of water guzzling trees. That would be nice to see some California native trees on this list. It would be nice to point out which of the trees on the list are acceptable, but don't use a lot of water. So that, I don't know if that's already on the list. If it is, great. If it's not, maybe that's something to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Do you want me to answer that, Chair Roof, or
Yes, I think that would be logical.
So we currently have a street tree list that has been approved. Interestingly, we had our arborist take a look at it, and 2 of the species on there are invasive, and none of the species on there are native species. So we have the arborist working on that because we want to, of course, have native species and also take into account things like you mentioned, water usage, area to plant, things like that. So our current list does not consider that, Commissioner Garvey, but that is something that we would like to include as part of the final lists.
Great, thank you.
I was on mute. Commissioner Clements.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question as to whether the scope of work included any potential financial assistance for residents who are lower income. And I ask because I had gotten this question about a lower income woman homeowner in our community, and she was concerned because she was going to have to get the tree taken down, and it's not cheap work. And then it dawns on me that if it was actually more involved than that, and the permit were required, and potentially an arborist consultant, oh my goodness, like she couldn't even afford to get the tree taken down, never mind additional. So I just wanted to ask, does the scope of work include potential financial assistance for people who cannot afford to do this on their own, and or seeking any grant sources for that?
So not specifically, however, the point of the session is to get your feedback. So that's definitely something if the commission would like, we can look into. I think you make a very great point, and we're noticing this as we're doing more and more work, and kind of the deeper we dive into this, is that there's a lot of work that can be done from our arborist or the city arborist in terms of like prevention and helping and things like that. But as you mentioned, it comes at a cost. So there's this bigger picture of, how much, like I said, how much is our citizens going to pay? How much is the city going to pay? How much service regarding trees does the city want to provide? So I think that falls under that, and it's something we can definitely look into, see what other cities are doing. I think it ties in really well with kind of the whole big question of services the city's going to provide. And I will just say anecdotally, I was surprised at how expensive it is to remove a tree. Oh my gosh, thousands, and sometimes,
especially if it's large, it can be very pricey. And then, I do think, especially, just one more comment on that. There are seniors in our community. They may be house wealthy, so to speak, but they're on a fixed income, and this is a real big expense for some people. So thanks for adding that to kind of your thought.
Additional clarification. Yes, Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that always confuses me is who owns and who needs to maintain, who pays for maintaining street trees. And I think that a lot of people don't understand that, who owns it and who can plant new ones, and when can you get old ones taken out, who maintains them, trims them. I think if the ordinance or maybe a simple attachment to it, only take a page or two, I think, decided maybe to help inform people about that. I've always found it confusing, and I think it may differ from city to city too. Didn't notice that. I may have missed it. But a great job so far. I think this is really, really good work coming together, and will help all concerned.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Other questions before we open for public comment? I actually have one, which is just kind of a technical thing. The risk rating, risk of what?
So I'll actually defer to Stephanie to kind of round out what I'm talking about. But my understanding is risk of failure. So how likely is it a tree's going to fall? If it does fall, is it going to fall on a house or is it going to fall in the middle of a field? Things like that. But I'll definitely ask Stephanie to explain that more clearly.
You actually explained it pretty well. Can you hear me? Hello,
yes,
everyone.
Yes, we hear you.
Hello, Planning Commission. Good to be here.
Welcome.
Yes, it depends if there's a target mostly, and risk failure, it does have to do with parts of the tree or the entire tree. So if it uproots, if it breaks up the trunk, if a branch falls over. So if, for example, if it's a beautiful oak tree and there's only one cracked limb that might be overhanging someone's house, it's more likely you can probably just remove that one limb than the entire tree. So you're taking an assessment of what's the risk failure that limb is going to break within a certain amount of time. So like 1 year, that limb will break, will have a high likelihood of failure in 1 year, or immediate, which means anytime, it can happen anytime. And the fraction of time doesn't matter. It could happen without any wind, anything. It just will happen. So there's different categories. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Any other questions before we move to the public comment period? And then we'll have time for additional discussion after the public comment, of course.
Yeah, Chair, I do, if you don't mind.
Please.
You know, this is, maybe it'll sound like the unprotection of trees, but do we address as a city trees that have died or are dying and are likely to be a hazard, and they would appear to be protected or of the size and species that might have been a protected tree? Like, is there any positive action required rather than a requested action by a homeowner? And I just don't know how we think about that as a city. And I'm really just thinking about, you know, I see so many of our poor redwoods just look awful, and I'm worried that they're going to become these dangerous trees, and I just don't know how we deal with them. So maybe off topic, and if it is, you can just tell me, but I'd be interested.
No, I can definitely go ahead and answer that. Two things. One is, even if a tree is dead, unless it's in imminent danger of falling, it still requires a permit. So I think that's also a big point of confusion for a lot of citizens, because they'll say, well, if it's dead, you know, obviously it needs to come out. Why do I need a permit? And the answer to that is that we've had instances where a tree looks dead and it's actually not. And we don't know that as staff. It's the arborist who goes out there to do that. So that's kind of one aspect of it. The other aspect of it, and this is something that I think staff really struggles with, is if a homeowner comes and says the tree's dead, it's about to fall, is it really, and is that an emergency? And as staff, we don't have the expertise to look at a tree and know that unless it's completely, you know, already half falling. So that's kind of the other side of it. So there's this push and pull of needing to be able to remove trees quickly when they're a hazard, but needing someone to go out there and say, yes, this is a hazard. Along those lines of what you just said, Commissioner Iacopone, Julia, who processes our tree permits right now, had a really good observation that most of the permits we get are for trees that are either dead or dying, and was asking, you know, what about kind of looking at them earlier on? Like, is there a way to prevent them from getting to that point? Which we don't have anything in place now that really does that. It's the onus is on the homeowner to go hire an arborist and get the recommendations and then implement them if they choose to.
So this particular piece of work, maybe you're suggesting, might contemplate over time an inventory of you know, some of the biggest trees, if it doesn't exist, and check on their health, maybe as a preventative care rather than get to the point where they have to be removed.
or possibly having like an arborist accessible to homeowners who are interested. Again, this gets into the bigger policy question of costs and if that's something that the city could provide as a service or charge a fee for. But like Commissioner Clements mentioned, I mean, even arborists, just hiring an arborist to come out can be, a couple $100 easily an hour or more. And so it's difficult sometimes, I think, for homeowners to have an arborist come out and pay the fee just to get an idea of how healthy their tree is or not. I don't know that a lot of homeowners do that. Some do, but a lot might not.
Thanks for your comments, Andrea.
Sure.
Any additional clarifying questions before we open for public comment? Okay, let's open for public comment. Do we have people in the waiting room for this topic?
Yes, we currently have 4. First up, Ken.
Welcome, Ken. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So first thing, just a point of consideration, because it's taken so long tonight to get to this. You spent 2.5 hours on one house, which is, quite a long discussion. I would really encourage you to reschedule this so there could be more time. Certainly, I think it's worth spending a couple of hours on something that has an impact throughout the city, because there's a lot of elements here, as the staff has so accurately provided, that rather than just try to do everything tonight and then jump into a proposed ordinance in October, I really think you should reschedule this. That's my first comment. The second comment is there are other factors you might want to look at. I've been involved in this for a long time. The issue of 72-inch in diameter, in circumference removal for redwood is unusual, to say the least, because no other city in this county that has a heritage tree ordinance has ever allowed that to happen. But this has been on our books for 10 years, and I still do not have an explanation as to how and why that happened. I'm sure somebody in the staff knows, but we need to address that. How did that get in here when no other city with a heritage tree ordinance has ever had anything like removing a redwood up to 72 inches in circumference? The other thing I want to mention, a couple other things, is you need to also look at the different trimmers that are coming into the neighborhood. We actually have people who are unlicensed who are removing trees, have removed trees in the past. I have a neighbor that removed 4 redwoods that were somewhere between 50 and 60 inches in circumference because he was allowed to do that without getting a permit. And you should all realize that the trees do help provide shade, lower the cost of electricity, air conditioning, and less watering of your yard, because I can attest to that with my own house with 2 large oaks and a magnolia. So I think you need to look at that. The other thing too is what kind of opinions you get from arborists. It's about like trying to get a medical opinion on on getting an operation. There's so many different opinions that you can talk to 3 arborists and get 3 different opinions. So we've had situations in the past where the city arborist, not the current one, had made a comment about an oak tree on Eaton, that it was diseased, but the homeowners called in their own arborist, established that it was not. So we get into this kind of give and take situation. Also, I think you need to look at responding to any calls that the citizens might log that they think there might be an illegal removal of a tree. Other cities have this. So again, I would encourage you, please reschedule this for a little bit more depth than we can do at 10 or 10:30 in the evening.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll continue moving through the people who are here. Next caller, Sarah, please.
David Gabriel.
Welcome, David. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to the commission. My name is David Grable. I'm on the board of City Trees. City Trees is a 21-year-old 501c3 that has planted over 3,600 trees in San Mateo County. I'd like to make one point of emphasis for your tree ordinance and that is about native trees. When you're replacing trees, there should be an emphasis on planting native trees because native trees support native insects, which in turn support native birds. So many exotic trees or non-native trees do not support native insects, and this is a problem, and it's having an impact on our ecology. So as you are developing a tree ordinance, I would ask that you give consideration to putting an emphasis on replacing any trees that have been taken down with native trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, next caller.
Tom Feldy.
Welcome, Tom. 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. I sent some information to all the commissioners earlier regarding my concerns about the idea of notification. And I'm a firm believer in the fact that if the public knows of an ordinance ahead of time before push comes to shove, that they're much more likely to obey it. And so there's details in what I sent to all of you. I'm not going to repeat here, but that's the essence of what I wanted to say is I didn't see that kind of notification process in the ordinance, and I really think it should be there, both for property owners, but also for the tree services, as was mentioned earlier. There's a lot of ones that are sort of on the border of being unscrupulous. Many of them claim to have certified arborists on their staff who will give opinions that, of course, benefit their company and doing business. Taking a tree down is not a cheap process. A large poplar on our property cost us $1,000 to remove. It was $600 for the tree service company, but then another $400 for the city permit and for the city arborist to come out to look at it. I believe the city should be providing arborists, perhaps through some sort of nonprofit process, such as the previous caller proposed or is involved with, just so that the public is not bearing the cost, and also so that there's some standardization of and some independence of judgment about the value of the tree or its condition. Finally, there's a question about dead trees that are a fire hazard, and I don't see anything in the ordinance about any requirement that citizens take those down. Yet I do know the city has some sort of process for doing that, involving a city attorney, and I think perhaps that should also be involved in the considered to be put into this ordinance as well, so it's all in one place. And finally, when it's all done, the whole thing should be sent out to the public on various forms so that everybody can be well informed about it. Tree services as well, and also perhaps even real estate agents who sell property in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, is there another caller?
Yes, there's 3 more. Zinovi.
Welcome.
Yep. Hi, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, great. I have a few comments. Can I ask a question before I make my comment first? Okay, what triggered this demand for the change of ordinance? What's wrong with the current ordinance? And why such an urgency to change the ordinance? Can anybody answer that question?
Yeah, I invite staff to respond to that.
Sure. Through the chair, this began because of various concerns from members of the community about the number of trees coming out around town, especially those coming out associated with development, and kind of the increase in the number of trees, along with concerns about illegal removal and how low our fee was compared to especially those surrounding cities of ours. So it really began as part of that concern of tree removal in general, as well as tree removal associated with development, and specifically, again, for reasons that were, reliant on that reason for, greater removing the tree, because removing it will provide greater economic benefit without having to justify the reason for that. So that's kind of what started, what was the impetus for all of this beginning.
Well,
thank you, Andrea.
Okay, thank you. Well, a lot of people don't buy that. Okay, just please make sure this is a point of record. Okay. So it appears that this is specifically designed to help certain developers like Black Mountain Developer to remove 200 plus trees. Okay. $5,000 per tree is nothing for them because they about, if they remove 200 plus trees, for $100,000 is nothing. Okay. For this kind of development, they won't even bother to ask you. Okay. The ordinance has to be that if a protected tree is removed, no permit will be granted for any development on this property. If there is no planned development of the property, then $5,000 is fine. Okay. So the other point is that the developer, when they bought the property, they knew what they were buying. It's one thing when an existing tree, heritage tree or protected tree, starts to threaten the existing house or existing structure. Okay, that's fine. But if the developer purchased the property already knowing that there were trees, they cannot count on City of San Carlos just giving them a permit. Okay. And replanting should be as you stated, okay? If they remove a tree, they have to replant the tree, but that's only in case when a tree was removed with a permit, okay? These are my comments. Thank you very, and we would like to put it in that this is comments related, make a case study for the Black Mountain development, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, next caller.
Amy.
Welcome, Amy. 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, great. Okay. Hello, my name is Amy Hathaway, and thank you for taking my comment. I know it's late in the evening. And in the beginning of the proposed text, section A, says intent and purpose. It states promoting the preservation and development of a healthy, diverse canopy in San Carlos and is vital to the character and health of the city. So that clearly provides like the strong reasons behind the importance of adopting this type of ordinance. So, how can a city that is known for its large, old, beautiful trees support the continuation of consistently approving the removal of said trees? One could argue, well, we'll require them to plant another tree. Well, they aren't going to be able to replant a 100-year-old heritage tree or provide the same height and shade a well-established tree can. So I support the development of this ordinance, but I ask that it goes even deeper in regards to saving heritage trees. Also, I would ask the commission to consider a maximum number of heritage trees be allowed to be removed based on the size of the property and not bypass that number. And when a tree needs to be replaced, it should be of substantial size. I also ask that there be a larger notification footprint when a developer is planning to remove trees. That's it. So thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sarah, next caller.
Josh.
Welcome, Josh.
Hi, once again, it's Sandra Wallace filling in for Josh. I want to piggyback on what most everybody else has said, especially what Amy just said, but I'd like to compare us to Palo Alto, and we should compare ourselves to Palo Alto. We're just as beautiful. We need to maintain our trees. They have city arborists that work in the city, not for the city. They're not contractors, and they are in charge of maintaining 66,000 trees. So those are the public trees. Well, I'd venture to say, of course, compared to the size of Palo Alto, but we certainly don't have the number of public trees that would rival the same size if we were as big as Palo Alto. So I would love to see a city arborist work for the city. You know, most other arborists are in the job of making money, cutting trees makes money. I mean, not all, you know, of course they want to save trees. But anyway, a city arborist who works for the city would be great. I also think that the price for cutting down, especially a heritage tree, isn't enough, like Amy said either. $5,000 is going to be a drop in the bucket for all the development that's coming our way with SB 9 and SB 10 that are passing through state legislation right now. So there's going to be a lot of clear cutting of land in order to maximize the lot builds. And it's just going to continue. So we really hopefully need to put our foot down and I say up the stakes, make it even higher. And also, when are we going to replant San Carlos Avenue? All the eucalyptus trees are gone. It is really barren. When is that project going to start? And I'm also hoping, I know how important it is to save water, but I hope that water isn't really going to get in the way of planting a tree. I mean, water should get in the way of putting in a new lawn, but not of planting trees that are going to benefit the community, benefit our health. So those are my comments, and thanks so much for your hard work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sarah, next caller. Sarah, next caller.
Len Matterman.
Len Matterman.
There's an echo now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, my name's Len Matterman, and certainly I agree with the recommendations of the citizens and the staff to make the heritage tree ordinance stricter and also to further reduce the ability of developers to remove heritage trees that simply are in their way. I wanted to point out to the commission and to staff that earlier this year, the group that I work with at Stanford created a so-called tree dashboard countywide that shows where there's too little tree cover by census tract and the resulting higher temperatures, which of course is only becoming a bigger issue with our changed climate. So maybe that's a resource that staff can avail themselves of in the future. And then also, you know, I wanted to talk a little bit about enforcement of the existing ordinance. I remember when I spoke to City Council, it was a little over 8 years ago, about 2 heritage trees that were approved for removal at the lower levels of government to accommodate a new McMansion. And one of these was one of the last remaining white oaks on White Oak Way, which was kind of ironic. And a short time later, there were 2 other heritage trees on White Oak Way that were removed, and signs were posted on them before removal that said that they would be replaced. But here we are now 7 years later, and these 2 trees were never replaced. There's just basically flat ground there. And so I encourage the Planning Commission to include in the ordinance specific language for a mechanism to ensure that city staff follow up on the requirements of the ordinance. And because right now, what I'm seeing, at least in our neighborhood, is the posting is required and the tree comes down, and then too many times nothing comes back up even years later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah, next caller.
Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Sharari?
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
I hear you. We hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your session here. And I live in San Carlos, next to the Black Mountain property that on Alameda that is potentially going to be built by a large developer. So my comment is kind of along some of the additional comments that was made tonight. And it was interesting for me to listen to the rest of the session tonight and see all the effort that went through for saving 2 heritage trees in one house. But I think what may be more concerning for me is really what the large developers can do. And, you know, they can come in and basically not just tens, but maybe 100 trees, heritage trees, and have them removed. So I think I don't remember exactly the clause in the new ordinance that was suggested for the development, but it says something like, I just had a question of how do you decide, like, if the development has no alternatives and demonstrates that the tree cannot remain with the new design, because the interactions we've had is that we are concerned about that, and we definitely want to make sure that the city does what it should to protect the trees. We are not against development, but we're against development when it's not really protecting the beauty of the aesthetics of the city. So I think that's really one area. How does this apply to large developers? And also another comment about the notification. I think the notification has got to be given in a wider way and somehow for people to be able to participate easier to provide their comments. I thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, are there additional callers?
No further callers.
Okay, I think we can close the public comment period. This is just a workshop, so we don't need a formal motion. We can begin our discussion as a planning commission to provide feedback. And maybe I'll start by putting out the question. Several people have mentioned that they're frustrated that it got so late and we may not have received all the input that we could have. So whether there is an opportunity for people to provide input by email, and it will come back to the Planning Commission and to the City Council. But still, if there's do we as a Planning Commission feel like maybe we're being deficient and we should put this on the agenda again, or do the other avenues for input suffice? I think we've gotten some really good feedback so far. Commissioners, do you have thoughts on? And also staff, I guess, to address that.
Add one of those light bulb ideas that I'd like to bounce off my commissioner peers.
Can we Commissioner Bradley, can I get feedback on the question I raised before? It sounded like you were going to bring up a new topic. So, but
yes, I'm sorry I interrupted.
Oh, that's okay. But let's do one thing at a time. But so we'll get to I'm curious about your idea. But if you could, are we good with collecting the input from today's meeting and by email and in the subsequent Planning Commission meeting and at the City Council, or do we need to consider having another meeting, putting this topic in another meeting sooner? Commissioner Iacopone, your hand is raised.
Thanks, Chair Roof. For my part, just a couple of comments, no more questions, and I would be good to take what we've got tonight and have staff play it back later on. So I'd prefer to bring the good conversation to a close rather than pick it back up.
Okay. I tend to agree with you. Are there additional thoughts on this?
I echo Commissioner Iacopone's sentiments.
Okay. Okay, I think we've got a consensus there. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Clements.
I was just going to suggest that if it's possible that potentially staff, and I agree, I wrote down some really good feedback, I think, from comments tonight. It is quite late, however. I think if we could ask staff if there's a way to announce the next opportunity to weigh in and make that information available well in advance and announce it maybe more than once, not like our normal cycle. that maybe additional advertising and then the opportunity to email would be sufficient. I mean, there's lots of things we could go into with each one of these and query into them. I don't know that each one of us is going to become tree experts through this process, but you know, all of these issues are really worth exploring, and the implementation and, you know, and how staff would administer too. Like, I think all these questions are good ones, and all the issues I feel brought up were really worthwhile.
Okay, I think staff heard what you said, so they can act on your suggestion. So let's charge ahead, and staff suggested that we give feedback on the items that are listed in the table shown on our screen. But I did promise Commissioner Bradley, and I'm curious what your thought was, and then maybe we can work through these four topics that staff's to help structure our conversation a little. We can kind of go line by line and see what our feedback is. So first, Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you, Chair Roof. An idea that I haven't considered, it just popped into my head as we're listening to some staff. Very important, and as said, we're not all experts in these, and we're not apt to become that, but I think we all realize that trees are our friends. They're very important, especially in a city like ours, but all over the world, of course. That is, we have the Planning Commission, we have a Traffic Commission, we have Residential Design Review Committee, and on and on and on. Why don't we consider having a commission or landscape commission? Perhaps. I'm sure there are plenty of people that would love to work on something like that for our city, and busy enough with all the other things we do.
Okay, thank you for that thought. So let's work through the four specific topics that staff was hoping to get our feedback on. And the first is protected trees definition with a lower threshold for redwood trees. Thoughts on that one, Commissioner Garvey?
I would wholeheartedly support that. I liked the commenter who said it's just too large, and I also support what staff said in the report that it's too high and it should be lower.
I agree. Any dissension from that?
No, I concur.
Okay, thank you. Reasons for removal. So they simplified it and took out some of the ambiguous ones. The 11 reasons for removal were removed and replaced with 6 criteria. And that's kind of the essence of the whole topic here. Are there thoughts about this? Commissioner Clements.
Yeah, Chair, I do think that it sounds like the one most frequent.
Oh, you went on mute.
All right, my bad. Wrong button. It's late. I'm not pressing the right buttons. The ones most frequently cited, it sounds like, per Andrea's comment, is that it's, was impeding development. And so again, I think it's going to come down to how that 5th bullet, if I'm remembering on the right, how staff will expect the scenarios to be run, or how does one demonstrate that other solutions that would have preserved the tree were examined and not found feasible. So I think it really all hinges on that and how difficult it is, but also how clear it is for the public to understand what is it that they need to show and how are they going to do that. Because I think with all of this, we're trying to make it harder to take down trees. I mean, of value, but in doing this, we need to be clear and we need to be customer oriented, right? We need to be making it easy to do business with the city. So that's I think that's the challenge in that one to me.
Thank you. Other comments on the reasons for removal? I have one, so you can be thinking if you have one as well, others. The reasons for removal, the 6 criteria for removal included one which was due to conflict with development when no alternative must demonstrate why the tree cannot remain with new design. To me, that I would think it's a pretty wide open as to is there no alternative? I mean, you could not build, and an alternative would be to not build or to build a much smaller house and leave the tree. So to me, it doesn't seem to provide, as the criteria is written now, it doesn't provide a lot of guidance as to what would be acceptable as far as removing a heritage tree in order to move forward with the development. So sort of like the staff's frustration with the damage to the value of a property. This is also somewhat ambiguous, so of course you could there's always some solution of building around all the trees, but may not always be practical. But where do you draw the line? So that's my thought on that criteria. Seems to me to be insufficiently specific, and it also seems to be one of the areas that people are concerned with based on the feedback we've received from the public.
I agree.
Commissioner Iacopone, I see you have a
thought. Thanks, Chair Roof. I would just echo your comments. My sense is we should have if this is all just about development, you've got a healthy tree or a tree that could be rejuvenated on a piece of property, there ought to be a really high bar for taking it out. I mean, and therefore, I don't know, no is probably too high, or no, never. But, my own sentiments would be only by extreme exception would you take out a tree for development. And I guess we're just going to have to cross that bridge when we get there, but let's start with needs to be a high bar. We should not let that go lightly.
Thank you. Other thoughts on reasons for removal? Okay, let's move to penalty fees for violation of the ordinance. What do we think about the ideas that are listed here? The increased to 5,000. Commissioner Garvey, and then
I would support that. I think it's a good idea, and I support it.
Yeah, I support it as well. And my only is I don't know what the value of a tree is. I don't know if it's going from 5 to 10 or from 5 to 50 or some. It wouldn't change my view. It's just I'm aware that I don't know what a tree is worth.
Yeah, I agree too. There's not a free market for trees that determine the pricing. So how do they come up with a price? I don't know. Commissioner Clements, you have a thought on this one?
Yeah, I was actually going to say exactly what Commissioner Iacopone said. So I don't really have a good relative frame of reference as to whether this is high or low relative to the value to replace what they would be cutting down, and the value I think we went through in the CMAP discussion. What's the value of the carbon sequestration value of that tree? In addition, it's not just how do you replace that tree, it's what is that tree doing for our community. I just don't really know how this relates. The other thing I would bring up is, what if $10,000 worth of tree in lieu fees or funds were generated? Is there a way to work yourself out of a penalty? $500,000 for tree in lieu payments. Is there anything that is there just going to be a penalty assessed, or is there something else that could stand in lieu of a penalty per se? that would actually incent something that was good. So it becomes like a community benefit that one would, that you could use for benefit. Not that it's a good thing, but I don't know. Maybe I'm conflating two different factors, and maybe the penalty should be higher, but it seems to me that organization, perhaps like I think it was called City Trees that David spoke about, could do a lot of good with $10,000 too. It's not the same thing, but still not bad.
Thank you for those thoughts. I also have some concern about the $5,000 if that's just considered the cost of doing business and take down trees. That seems like a bad outcome. And so coming up with a solution to address that would be great to include, in my opinion. Any other thoughts on the penalty fees? Next topic they'd like to get our feedback on is notification. So there is a new notification requirement with the 300-foot neighbor notification and prior to issuance of a permit. Previously, there was no notification required. Do we have thoughts on this one?
Support the 300 feet idea.
Yeah, so now there would be a 300-foot neighbor notification in the new rule. The staff would like to get feedback on what we think about that. And I see Commissioner Clements, you raised your hand, and then Commissioner Bradley, if you were going to comment, you can go next.
Yeah, I mean, two things. Neighbors should be notified, but because trees are a little different than an individual development project in that they are of citywide benefit, I would suggest maybe not a direct mailing, but some other way that that staff could actively let the community know. Posting it on the front page of the website, like that here are where the tree removals, you could find more information, because I think somebody who lives half a mile away or a mile away might care a lot about this too. And they would be totally right to weigh in, because it's a community-wide benefit issue, not just a benefit to the block.
Julia, I see you raised your hand. Did you have a thought on this?
Yes.
Welcome.
Hello, this is Julia Hoffman, contracted planning technician. And we did receive that feedback from City Council as well, and have been looking into ways to post that information and make it known what tree removal applications have been approved and are within that 10-day appeal period and whatnot. That is posted on the website right now on the current tree page that we have under one of the frequently asked questions. So we have some recent ones, but we're kind of still looking into how to share that information.
Thank you. Other thoughts on the notification topic from Commissioner Garvey?
I would support the 300-foot neighbor notification as well.
And my thought on this, it's interesting that it's 300 neighbor notification for the two reasons of development or utility interference, which I found a little curious. I guess there's not much point in notifying if the tree is dead. I guess maybe you don't need to get notification for that. But for some of the other new criteria for tree removal, I'm wondering why the notification is only for those two specific reasons. And utility interference, that almost, I don't know, that one seems like a hard one to argue with. The utility interference, I find curious why that would, how can you argue with that? If it's interfering of a power line, then, yeah. Okay. Julia, did you have feedback on this?
Yeah, for the utilities, I think the idea is more out of courtesy to let neighbors know versus taking action, because this is a topic that a lot of residents do care about. When they see, actions being taken and they weren't made aware of it, I think it's more kind of to support the communication with the community.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
So those are the specific categories of our feedback. So now I'll open it up for a little bit broader. Any other thoughts from the commissioners, if there are any, before we close this topic? Commissioner Garvey and then Iacopone.
Thank you, Chair. When I was reading through the packet, my focus was on removal of trees and what should we do about removal of trees. And I think that, and that's been our focus tonight in the discussion. The packet also talked about maintenance of trees. And, for me, that's less of a priority. But as I think about guidelines or requirements for us to maintain our trees, that's very different and much broader than to remove a tree, because everyone that has a tree eventually thinks about maintaining it. If we're going to get into maintaining trees, then I think the city really should consider getting involved as opposed to leaving it to contractors, because you're going to have to interface in some way with all residents to let them know, when does their tree need to be maintained? How does their tree need to be maintained? And there's an interface there. And I don't know if we should be thinking about maintenance at this point in the process, or if we should be focusing on the removal of trees. Certainly the maintenance of trees is a much bigger issue. And of course, it's a much bigger resource for the city as far as costs to deal with this. So I'm very supportive of a more stringent removal tree process and ordinance. I'm more on the fence with what to do with maintenance of the trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Iacopone, your thought?
Thank you. Just a few quick comments. And maybe, Lisa, you were clicking to the next slide. That actually was helpful. Because my thoughts really are about...
there's more topics. Sorry, I didn't know they went on to another slide.
That's all right.
We didn't work through these.
I'm particularly interested in the replacement, the replanting one. We might want to make sure that the health of a tree that's replacing a removed heritage tree is signed off on, so that not just we know its size, but also we know it was in good condition. It strikes me that maybe there's some rules around planting season, so that you're not putting a brand new tree on out in the middle of July and having it withered and dead by November because no one bothered to take care of it. So maybe there's some considerations around that. So sign off on it being healthy, keeping it healthy by planting it in the right season. And then I really appreciate in what's been proposed so far, flexibility to not require the same tree to go back as has been taken out, just because, it's important to get the right tree in the right location. And so maybe that's not obvious. And we should get some city expertise on saying, our arborists saying what goes in instead. So those would be my 3 comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there comments from commissioners on these 3 topics?
Chair, I had a question for staff.
Go ahead.
Replacement on the replanting requirement must be the same species unless it is invasive. Does that foot to the list that Andrea had read out, saying this is basically the junkie tree list, if you will, like several kinds of acacias eucalyptus. That was that list of 6 trees or something. Are those the same thing as invasive, or is that just a different list, which is these trees are not preferred and they're treated differently?
Yeah, so a different list. Those trees are viewed as, they might be invasive, but other things like eucalyptus, for example, are a fire hazard, things like that. So we wouldn't allow one of those trees to be a replacement tree anyways. We wouldn't count it as you know, as a acceptable tree for replacement. So they're not really connected at this point, although they're related, if that answers the question. We would also have to have our arborists look at what's being proposed for replanting, and say, you know, yes, this is invasive, or no, it's not. So that could be something the arborist looks at when they're out looking at the tree, for example.
So if that's the kind of a black list of trees, I would think that would be referenced here as well then.
Okay.
You know, unless it's invasive or otherwise deemed insufficient.
Okay, great.
Or something, whatever. That just seems to be referenced.
Great. Okay, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I am also interested in the replanting, and I agree with Commissioner Iacopone's comments there.
And I'll second that thought. I agree. Follow up on the replanting would be valuable. Thoughts on the pruning definition or the tree protection measures during development?
I mean, I had one practical question, which is if I hire someone as a homeowner to prune my trees, and how would I really know if this standard was going to be met? Do you know what I mean? Like 25% of the canopy. I mean, does this come down to the educational administrative guidance being disseminated? Because I'd be like, I don't know, you're going to lighten it, you're going to make it smaller. By the time you finish describing it, it wouldn't even occur to me to be like, oh, I wonder if that met the definition of pruning and I should have gotten a permit. Like, I would never think that. So this is an education piece.
I think definitely it is. And to further, to your point, knowing how much of the root system, since so much of it might not even be visible. So I think it's definitely an education piece. And as one of the members of the public mentioned, maybe it's education not only to the homeowner, but to the tree removal companies as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, my thought on the pruning definition is why did especially for the crown, what value is there lowering that threshold from 1/3 to 25%? I mean, does it damage trees if 1/3 is removed, but doesn't damage if 25% is removed? Because 25% is not a whole lot.
So this was a requirement that the council put in as part of the urgency ordinance. I can defer to Stephanie, who I know has talked about kind of the percentage of canopy you can remove, but I think it's also pretty specific to each tree and their condition. And so my understanding is setting this lower threshold will kind of catch more of the possible over trimmings or over prunings to make sure that it's really necessary to prune that much, as much as it's proposed or not. So that's my understanding of how it came about. I think the number was chosen as a lower number than what was previously allowed to further restrict it versus the 25% having the number itself having a basis in something else, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. To me, also, the sneaky part of me is thinking 25% on week 1 and then 25% on week 3 and then on week 6. So maybe some...
That's a really great point. And also extending that further, do we want time limitations for tree removals?
So it's an annual, I don't know,
Right,
annual or something. Otherwise, that would be pretty easy to gain. Additional thoughts on these specific topics or more generally?
And through the chair, I'd just like to add, as commissioners or the public think about this more, please reach out to us with any additional ideas you have as well through that email address so we can include those.
That email address is available on the city website. And
yeah, it's planning@cityofsancarlos.org, and I hope it's on one of the last slides. But it is on one of the earlier ones if Lisa wants to show that.
And are there more slides after this one? I'm lost track.
We already, this was the removal.
Oh yeah, so we reviewed that.
Talked about. And this was more of the general, you spoke about replanting, but more of kind of the general catch-all. Is there anything else you'd like us to consider or look at?
Yeah, what about for replanting, off-site replanting? I mean, can you, if I cut down a redwood tree and I have one planted somewhere far away, is that okay?
So that's the question. Do we want to allow people to plant off-site? And if so, do they have to plant at a 2-to-1 ratio, or, is there an additional requirement? We actually do, not often, but I mean, enough. We do get questions from homeowners saying, can I contribute money or plant off-site because I just don't have room, or I don't want to, another tree. And at this point, we do make people plant on their site. There is an exception if they're covered in trees already. So it would kind of be nice to have, at least in that case, the money or a tree being donated somewhere else rather than not getting a net new tree. So that might be nice. But yeah, just your thoughts on whether that's something we want to require or offer.
Yeah, I would think defining the circumstances where offsite could be allowed, defining that more specifically could be useful. Your thoughts made sense to me, why you might sometimes want that. But I guess the carbon offset works no matter where the tree is, but the community environment, it doesn't do any good to have a tree be somewhere far away.
Well, if I could add to that, Chair, the speaker who spoke about the Stanford study showing tree canopy or lack thereof in association with higher temperatures. I mean, I think there are places in the city and in every city where we could use more trees. And so I think it would be, maybe we set some kind of location criteria. I mean, we do this with housing all the time, right? Which is, if it's like if you don't provide an inclusionary unit in this development, yes, I'll take your money, but also it would be good if you did it at a 2-for-1 ratio and you did it in this geography instead. We'd be happy to have that happen too. So, at a neighborhood level or in a location using in lieu fees that was known to be tree deficient. I think that would hook well to potentially provide a tiny source of money to help implement some of our CMAP goals. Try to prioritize a little bit if you did get money. But I think at a fine-grained scale is probably the best, replacement. But per your point, maybe some sites are already fully treed and didn't really need it.
Commissioner Garvey.
One of the things I liked was the caller that mentioned this tree dashboard. I thought that was a good idea and one that the city might adapt to what works for us. It's one thing to put it out in a flyer or in the spotlight, but many people don't keep these. If there was a place on the city's website where there was our version of a tree dashboard, then people like me who we don't know anything about trees, but we want to do the right thing, what would that mean with tree removal, with tree maintenance, a dead tree, sort of like just a repository, a resource. I thought that was a good idea, and I appreciated that it was raised by one of the callers. Thank you.
Any other feedback?
I had another idea. Getting late, and I have ideas at night, it seems, and that
gotta watch out.
The city has a program, I believe, some way or other. I don't know the details, of providing benches around town with a little plaque, memory of someone, or a gift, or just recognizing. Do it for yourself if you wished, and I think it's a good idea. It provides something that otherwise might not get done. For the city has a fee to do it, but I don't know how much it is, and that's an important thing. But they could do the same thing with planting trees, as you could put a plaque or not with a person's name on it at the base of the tree. Been done in places, and
I like that. So it's like when they built the giant stadium and you could buy a brick.
Yeah,
name on it,
as they do with the football stadium now. Is for $5 million a year, you can put Oracle on it, or Coca-Cola, or whatever you want. Same idea in a way, but I think it's another thing that lots of bricks here and there for around the country, organizations and schools and things that donate some money. They'll put a brick in there with your name on it. It would be more valuable than a brick.
Yeah. Thank you.
City and Community Foundation joint.
Oh, they are already?
No, it sounds like it could be one.
Yeah.
Someday.
I don't know who does the benches, city or another organization like.
Yeah. I think some of those were through a business improvement district, but I'm not sure.
Good ideas. I see Commissioner Garvey, you have a...
And just really quickly, this buy a tree phrase that Commissioner Bradley raised is a great one. And it could be an opportunity to link with what Commissioner Clements was saying. If you contribute to the buy a tree fund, whether you're a resident or you're a corporation, maybe a portion of that is then set aside for the financially disadvantaged to help them out. It's just an idea. It's a cute phrase. It's a catchy phrase, buy a tree fund or buy a tree. And it might catch on.
Prune a tree.
Oh, prune a tree. Yeah.
That's not as catchy. Prunes are not catchy.
I think I'd better go to bed now.
Well, on that note,
I have another idea.
Juice and color.
Any final thoughts before we close this discussion? Well,
we'll support.
I have a question. Maybe I'm jumping ahead. If we still have comments on the tree ordinance.
Yeah, I was just going to make one last thought on the tree on the program, which is I support staff kind of thinking through that interaction of city staff or city hired staff with the public if we're going to get more robust in this area. So I don't know if we'll have some city sponsored arborists supporting 66,000 trees like Palo Alto. I don't know if that's the thing, but I think if an arborist were made available at a discount from what you could get from getting the arborist down the street, or getting somebody who is associated with a tree with a pruning company whose proclivity might be to prune or to take down, I think that could be useful for people. That's it.
I agree.
Okay, any thoughts before we close this item?
Through the chair, I would just like to ask Andrea which direction on the slides, because we spent some time on this one, but it looks like there may be a few more slides. So Andrea, maybe you can jump in and help me drive where you want to.
Yeah, I was thinking we could go to the backwards to the thank you slide, which has the link.
So we don't know you go here.
That was just if it came up. Yeah, that was my in the back pocket slides.
I see.
Yeah, just extra. So yeah, right before this one, I think, yeah. So this again is the website where you can sign up for notifications and also updates for any meetings, etc., as well as frequently asked questions for the ordinance.
Okay, well, I think we can close the discussion on this topic. We don't need a formal motion because this was a workshop topic. And so we can close this and move on to the next part of our meeting. There's more, not too much more. Item 8, reports, correspondence, and general information. Lisa, do you have a report on recent city council actions? You're on mute, Lisa.
Thank you. We all had a nickel for every time we did that. Nothing for this evening, nothing to report on recent city council actions.
Okay. Are there planning commission comments or reports?
No comment, but I have a question of Lisa or Andrea. I looked at my calendar today and I had written down that there's a planning commission call meeting tomorrow. Is that 5 o'clock, I believe?
This is a city council study session meeting tomorrow at 5 on the East Side Vision Plan. So you may recall on August 25th, joint meeting with the Transportation and Circulation. Now it'll be the city council's turn to have a study session tomorrow evening.
It's not a joint meeting, them and us, is it?
No, it's just city council.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
You're welcome.
Other planning commission comments or reports? Letter C, correspondence.
None this evening, other than the public comments that came through on the Carmelita item and the protected tree ordinance that staff forwarded to the commission.
Finally, planning staff comments, reports, and updates of current projects.
Sure, I'll go ahead and give an overview of what's coming ahead for the Planning Commission agenda. And Andrea, if you want to elaborate on anything, feel free to jump in after I give it a shot here. But the next Planning Commission meeting is scheduled for October the 4th. And on that agenda, we will be bringing forward at the beginning of the agenda a presentation item. And this will be at a request of the commission. It's been some time. I know we've had a lot of work to do recently, but it looks like we will have some time to bring forward an update on the Cherry Street Affordable Housing Project and also the status update on the downtown wayfinding. So those will be presented by my colleagues, Adam Aronson, and our new Economic Development Coordinator, Christian Padilla. And then following that, we have a couple of public hearing items. One is Honda. As the commission may recall, they're moving out of their prior location at 777 Industrial, and they will be moving at 495 Bragato in San Carlos. So they need a design review and use permit for that project. So they'll be coming forward on October 4th for that. We also will be bringing forward a sign program for the Transit Village, or now known as the Trestle project. So there's some modifications they want to make to a previously approved sign program. So that will need to come back to the commission. And then we will also wrap it up at the end with a Q&A that we promised the commission with on some of the planning legislation that is obviously making its way through, such as SB 9. And so we want to have a Q&A and a discussion on that. So we'll have some time. So that'll be a pretty full agenda for the 4th. And then on October 18th, we have, and I believe this is a Mills Act request, so Andrew, correct me, at 447 Hillcrest. And then, Andrea, you can also confirm whether the protected tree ordinance will come back on October the 18th. So following that, my only other announcement for this evening, I kind of already mentioned it. The council will be holding a study session tomorrow night, starting at 5:30 p.m. on the East Side Innovation District Vision Plan. After the study session tomorrow night on September the 8th, staff and consultants are preparing to bring the draft vision plan to the Planning Commission on September the 20th. There's been some refinements made based on the input we received with the Planning Commission and the TNC. That will be shared with the City Council tomorrow night. And then pending any direction that we get from the City Council, we will be continuing to refine that document and then bringing it forward to the Planning Commission, again on September 20th, where we would be making a recommendation that the Commission adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve the plan. So if you have any questions on that, feel free to reach out to me, and then maybe I'll just pause for a moment and see if Andrea wants to confirm some of the items that I mentioned previously.
Sorry, Lisa, the 20th, what time does that meeting start?
Oh, September 20th is a regular scheduled Planning Commission. It's on the regular calendar, so it's
okay.
7 p.m.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of jumped to October. Sorry about that, but it is the 7th. So the next meeting on the calendar will be September the 20th for the Planning Commission, and that'll be for the East Side Plan. And then October we have a full agenda.
Thank you, Lisa. And October 18th is correct for the Mills Act item, as well as our targeted date to come back with the protected tree ordinance for recommendation to council.
And one other thing I would like to share with the Planning Commission, and I know Sarah's on the line. So Sarah, I know you're still there, so get ready. Sarah Cadona, we had put together a spotlight newsletter on an upcoming initiative to create a downtown plan for the Laurel Street corridor. So that went out, and I'm pretty sure it's hitting the mailboxes, and hopefully you all received a copy. The way that is structured here at the City of Good Living is that it goes out to every resident. So hopefully everyone is getting one. And we have a built-in mechanism where we can start to get people to sign up who want to follow and track this project and get on our email distribution list. So I know some people have already signed up, and I think we've got some pretty good feedback already. And I think it just went out maybe late last week. And I think we have 20 or 30 people that have responded already. Is that right, Sarah?
Yeah, so we have, over the weekend, we got 60 signups, which also included answering a couple questions in the survey. So we were able to get some information as well as their email. So then we can start doing outreach to that group for the downtown plan.
And just as a reminder, thank you, Sarah. And just as a reminder, the project kickoff for that will be during the first quarter of 2022. So a lot of planning activities happening here in our city.
I thought the spotlight mailer was very nice. Good job.
Yeah.
I agree.
Thank you. I'll make sure to pass that on. It's an effort.
Looks good.
Thank you. And that's all I have for this evening.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And with that, I think we can adjourn our meeting before it gets too late. Okay.
That ship sailed. Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you.